Chapter 3569. The total value is 8 million yuan stones. Zhe Duo bid 8 million yuan stones, while Ning Qi bid 2 billion yuan stones. The winner is Zhe Duo. Apu announced in a somewhat regretful tone. He naturally hoped that Ning Qi would win. This way, he would be able to viciously slap the pavilion master of Heavenly Source Pavilion in the face. Unfortunately, the range of Ning Qi's valuation and the actual value were too far apart. The moment Apu announced this, the people of Heavenly Source Pavilion were immediately overjoyed. Zhe Duo was initially shocked, but his face was soon filled with ecstasy. He even looked towards Ning Qi mockingly. He had not expected Ning Qi's valuation to be 2 billion yuan stones. The difference was simply too great. To think that this day would come for you. The corners of Komodo's mouth curled upwards as he looked at Ning Qi mockingly. What's going on? Commander Xue Qiu and Commander Yin Zhen exchanged a glance before looking towards Ning Qi in bewilderment. Even if they had lost to Ning Qi today, they should not have lost so much. The difference between 8 million yuan stones and 2 billion yuan stones was not small at all. Would Ning Qi make such a mistake? A huge question mark rose in everyone's hearts. The nearby cultivators who had come to watch the earth-shattering began to doubt Ning Qi after the initial shock. Some of the cultivators who had not personally seen Ning Qi gamble even more inwardly regarded him as a swindler. He had become a liar and a swindler. Brother Ning, it seems that your Heaven Genesis technique has been deteriorating recently. I have won today's bet. Take out your 10 billion yuan stones now. Zhe Duo smiled. Apart from this, a Heaven Genesis master like you, who only looks good, will not be allowed to take half a step into Heavenly Source Pavilion in the future. We do not welcome you here. The Heavenly Source Pavilion master suddenly spoke. I thought he was amazing, but it turns out that he only looks good. My previous reputation was all based on bragging, right? He's not allowed to step into Heavenly Source Pavilion in the future. If it were me, I would not even have the face to stay in the Heavenly Source Stone Market any longer. Whispers sounded from all around. Kid, since you've lost, give them the yuan stones. Pu looked towards Ning Qi and smiled. Brother Pu, you're quite fair. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion sneered as a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. He then looked at Ning Qi and said, If you can't hand over 10 billion origin stones today, don't even think about leaving. Get the true spirits of your 5th district to come and redeem them. Ha ha ha! Ning Qi suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone was slightly stunned, and the way they looked at Ning Qi became very strange. Could it be that he couldn't bear the blow of losing 10 billion origin essence stones and had gone crazy? Elder Ning, don't scare me. I don't want that spot anymore, and I can return 1 billion origin essence stones. As for the rest of the origin essence stones, we can think of a way together. Dong Yan looked at Ning Qi worriedly. Ning Qi gently patted Dong Yan's hand, before looking at the pavilion master of Heavenly Source Pavilion. Who told you that I lost? What do you mean? The Heavenly Source Pavilion master's eyes turned incomparably dark. You'll know soon enough. Ning Qi chuckled. Then, under everyone's gaze, he walked to the pile of rubble. These were the leftovers from Apu's stone cutting. What does he want? A huge doubt rose in everyone's heart. Could it be that there was something in the rubble that had not been cut out? Even so, what could be in the rubble that was worth 2 billion origin essence stones? The Heavenly Source Pavilion master's expression suddenly turned grave. Apu also revealed a curious look as he looked at Ning Qi's actions. That's right. Little brother Ning must have a trump card. Commander Xue Qiu and Commander Yin Zhen looked at each other, and a trace of anticipation rose in their hearts. Brother Ning, don't be a sore loser. With so many seniors watching, it's impossible for you to play any tricks. Put away your thoughts. Zhe Duo sneered. After a pause, he said, If you can cut out something worth 2 billion origin essence stones from these rubble, I'll cut off my head and let you sit on it." Ning Qi's body trembled slightly. He had already picked up a piece of rubble from the ground, and after hearing Zaiduo's words, he instantly laughed. "Master Zaiduo, your head is too small, and I'm afraid it will hurt you, but if you sit on it, leave it for now, and I'll look for you when you want to sit on it in the future." Arrogant, Komodo could not help but shout. A trace of anger surged in Zaiduo's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Qi had already thrown the scrap of the origin essence stone to Apu. "Senior Apu, there's an immortal pill inside, and I think it's worth 2 billion origin essence stones. After you cut it out, this junior will give it to you as a reward." Ning Qi smiled. Immortal pill? Everyone was slightly taken aback. An immortal pill left behind by an undead expert who fell into the reincarnation cycle? This was something that had miraculous effects, even for fifth-step cultivators. Directly swallowing it would be more effective than 2 billion origin essence stones, and there were many kinds of special pills. Not to mention 2 billion origin essence stones. If a cultivator urgently needed it, it would not be a problem to ask for 3 billion origin essence stones. In the Heavenly Origin Pavilion, there was once someone who gambled an immortal pill, and in the end, the Heavenly Origin Pavilion bought it for 2 billion origin essence stones. Any cultivator with a little bit of experience would remember this matter. The Heavenly Origin Pavilion Master's expression suddenly changed, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. As for Zaiduo, he did not want to believe that there would be an immortal pill inside. This was just a scrap left behind from an extremely ordinary heavenly origin stone. How could there be something of such high value hidden inside? Apu's eyes flickered, and he gently rubbed the leftover material in his hand. Soon, a fine powder fell to the ground, and 10 breaths later, a metallic ball appeared in Apu's palm. An incomparably majestic aura immediately rose from it. A majestic aura suddenly swept out from the ball, causing everyone present to feel an extremely terrifying pressure. Immortal pill? It really is an immortal pill. What a monster. He actually knew beforehand that there was an immortal pill inside. What a terrifying Heavenly Genesis technique. A grade 9 Heavenly Genesis Master. Legend has it that only a grade 9 Heavenly Genesis Master can completely see through the Heavenly Origin Stone. He must be a grade 9 Heavenly Genesis Master. The way everyone looked at Ning Qi had undergone a huge change. From the original ridicule, disbelief, and gloating, it had now turned into awe, fear, worship, and admiration. Could he really be a grade 9 Heavenly Genesis Master? How is this possible? Grandfather Wei and the others looked at each other, no longer daring to underestimate Ning Qi. There was now a sliver of doubt and awe in their gazes when they looked towards Ning Qi. Impossible, it's fake. He must have done something to it. He must have done something to it. A crazed look suddenly appeared on Zaiduo's face as he reached out to snatch the immortal pill from Apu's hand. Let me see if it's real or not. Bang! With a light wave of Apu's hand, Zaiduo was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the crazed look in his eyes faded as he regained clarity. This is indeed an immortal pill, and it is worth around 2 billion essence stones. It can only be higher, not lower. Hence, Ning Qi has won this bet. A faint smile was revealed on Apu's face as he indifferently announced. Zaiduo's face was ashen. The Heavenly Origin Pavilion Master's expression fluctuated indeterminately before he indifferently said, "If you agree to the bet, you must accept your loss. I will immediately hand over 10 billion essence stones." Chapter 3570. Perhaps it was to show the generosity of the Tianyuan Pavilion. But even though he had lost, the Pavilion Master did not delay the bet. In just a few minutes, he had gathered 10 billion yuan essence stones. "Little brother, are you interested in working in my Tianyuan Pavilion? As long as you come, I'll give you the position of Deputy Pavilion Master, and you'll be paid 1 billion yuan essence stones a year. The pavilion master personally handed Ning Qi a yin and Yangring as he said with a smile, 1 billion yuan essence stones a year? Everyone gasped, and the gazes they shot at Ning Qi were filled with envy and jealousy. Even the rebirth realm experts present here were extremely astounded by this. 1 billion yuan essence stones was equivalent to the entire net worth of an ordinary rebirth stage expert, and this was only a year's salary. How much wealth would he have if he stayed for 10 years, or even 100 years? They once again felt the wealth of a heavenly Genesis master. Zhe Duo clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had not expected the pavilion master of the Tianyuan pavilion to throw an olive branch to Ning Qi and even offer such good conditions. His annual salary was only 10 million yuan essence stones. A heavenly Genesis master, like Old Man Wei, only received 50 million yuan essence stones a year. But the pavilion master of the Tianyuan pavilion had offered Ning Qi 1 billion yuan essence stones, and even promised him the position of deputy pavilion master. The Tianyuan pavilion's annual profit was only 3 billion yuan. Giving Ning Qi 1 billion yuan essence stones was equivalent to giving him 1/3 of the profit. This condition is quite attractive. What does Deputy Pavilion Master want to do? Do you need to stay here all day? Ning Qi smiled. Although you don't need to stay here all day, you will need to manage the Tianyuan Pavilion most of the time. 1 billion yuan essence stones is not a small sum. The Heavenly Genesis Pavilion's Pavilion Master smiled. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi would nod and agree, Ning Qi smiled and shook his head to decline. The Pavilion Master was clearly taken aback, as if he had not expected Ning Qi to refuse. A great doubt rose in the hearts of the cultivators present. An annual salary of 1 billion yuan essence stones was equivalent to the net worth of a rebirth stage expert. How could he refuse such an offer? Zhe Duo breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As long as Ning Qi did not join the Tianyuan pavilion, everything was fine. Little brother, are you not going to consider it? Although this red-haired bro wasn't a very good person, the fact that he was able to offer 1 billion essence stones meant that the real boss of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion had already agreed to it. It was very likely that the real boss of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion was watching you right now. There wouldn't be a situation where you were late in paying your salary. If it were me, I would agree immediately. Ah Pu's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. The other party's words seemed to be hinting that there was an even more powerful figure behind Tianyuan Pavilion. Even without thinking, Ning Qi could guess who it was. Little brother Ning, why don't you agree to it first and earn 100 or 80 years? Then you can find an opportunity to leave the Heavenly Origin Pavilion in the future. Commander Xue Qi secretly transmitted his voice. 1 billion in a year, 100 billion in 100 years. Even among fifth-step cultivators, apart from imperishable realm existences like the Secretary General, no one dared to say that they had such wealth. After a few breaths of silence, Ning Qi was still prepared to refuse. With the Eye of Tianyuan, he did not lack yuan essence stones. Ning Qi did not want to waste his time in the Heavenly Origin Pavilion for yuan essence stones. His only goal now was to break through to the imperishable realm, from the rebirth realm to the fifth-step undying realm. Only by becoming a fifth-step cultivator could one barely have the ability to protect themselves in the divine net world. Just as Ning Qi was about to speak, the Pavilion Master's expression suddenly changed. He then said, "How about this? Little brother, come to my Heavenly Origin Pavilion and be a consecrated. You will be free most of the time. Only when something big happens in the Heavenly Origin Pavilion and you need to take action. We will only send you a message when necessary. If you are free, you can come and help. If you are not free, it doesn't matter. 100 million yuan essence, stones a year." Hiss! Old Man Wei and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The cultivators present were also shocked by the generous conditions offered by the pavilion master of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion. Wasn't this equivalent to giving Ning Qi 100 million yuan essence stones a year? Although it was 10 times less than the previous salary, the treatment was not reduced, but increased instead. Freedom was priceless. How could the pavilion master? Zaiduo was dumbfounded. After a long while, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes were filled with fear as he subconsciously looked up at the sky. When he looked up, Ning Qi also looked up at the sky. It was just a casual glance before Ning Qi looked at the pavilion master and nodded with a smile. Okay, even if he didn't give face to the monk, he still had to give face to the Buddha. The other party had already offered such good conditions. If he refused, he would very likely offend the group of people that Apu had hinted at. These people were the true masters of the Dark Parliament. If they wanted to deal with Ning Qi, they could use countless methods to kill Ning Qi with a flick of their little finger. Sure enough, after Ning Qi nodded, the feeling of being spied on disappeared without a trace. The pavilion master's expression changed slightly as he said with a fake smile, "In that case, little brother Ning will be a consecrator of our Heavenly Origin Pavilion in the future." We greet consecrator Ning. Old Man Wei and the others cupped their hands and bowed. Zaiduo looked as if his father had died. He cupped his hands and bowed with an extremely ugly expression. Behind him, Komodo did not even have the courage to look at Ning Qi. He kept his head lowered. "Everyone, please dispense with the formalities. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." Ning Qi smiled. "Farewell, consecrator Ning." The Heavenly Origin Pavilion Master nodded with a fake smile. A short while later, Ning Qi's group left the Heavenly Origin Pavilion under the gazes of the crowd. Apu left with Ning Qi's group, taking the undying pill with him. "Pavilion Master, this subordinate has committed a capital crime." After Ning Qi's group left, Zaiduo suddenly knelt before the Heavenly Origin Pavilion Master. "Consecrated Ning is already one of us. What crime have you committed?" The Heavenly Origin Pavilion Master glanced at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile, before leaving with the rest. Zaiduo stood up with a pale face. Komodo hurriedly comforted him in a low voice. "Uncle, today's matter can be considered a blessing in disguise." "A blessing, huh?" Zaiduo bitterly smiled. Given his understanding of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion Master, the latter would not let him off so easily. Above the dome, several figures simultaneously withdrew their gazes and exchanged glances. 100 million essence stones a year. Is it worth it? One of the figures indifferently asked. "You've already seen his Heaven Genesis technique. Do you think it's worth it?" Another figure smiled faintly. "Even our Heaven Genesis techniques cannot compare to that kid. In my opinion, why don't we capture him and ask him about his Heaven Genesis technique inheritance?" Another figure indifferently said. Chapter 3571. As the Blood Tier commander had received a mission at the last minute, he couldn't entertain Ning Qi and the others. Therefore, Ning Qi and the others went to the headquarters of District 5. When Ning Qi first came here, he was still at the Tao querying perfected realm. Now, hundreds of years had passed, and Ning Qi had become a destiny realm cultivator. His cultivation was the same as Jiuquan's, but his combat power was enough to crush ordinary rebirth realm cultivators. As soon as the servant in charge of reception saw Ning Qi, a look of respect appeared in his eyes. Coincidentally, this servant was also the middle-aged man who had been in charge of serving Ning Qi the first time he had come. After hundreds of years, he looked the same as before. The rules in Shinluo world were different from the immortal world. For example, celestial immortals in the immortal world could live for an era, but in Shinluo world, they might not even live for an era. Even the servants arranged by District 5 were stronger than celestial immortals. They wouldn't die in a short period of time. "Elder Dongyan, your cave is not far from mine. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me." If there's nothing else, you can properly adjust your breathing for the next few years and allow yourself to be in peak condition so that you can welcome the promotion ceremony in a few years. Ning Chi smiled. Dong Yen nodded and followed a maid to the cave abode not far away. Brother Ning, this time it was thanks to you that I managed to make a fortune. Next time there is such a good thing, remember to call me. Jiao Kun smiled at Ning Chi. Of course. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. After Jiao Kun left, Ning Chi looked at Xian Yuanlin and said plainly, "Come back with me." After entering the cave abode, Xian Yuanlin immediately said, "You made so much money this time. Can you buy me a 6th grade treasure robe?" A 6th grade primordial spiritual treasure is hard to come by. Since you want a treasure robe, it will be even more difficult. Ning Chi smiled. When I was at the Heavenly Source Stone Market, I already asked secretly. You have a 6th grade primordial spiritual treasure for sale here. It's not expensive, just 3 billion origin essence stones. Xian Yuanlin said plainly, as if 3 billion origin essence stones were just 3 origin essence stones to him. Your butt is itching again? Ning Chi laughed. There was a flash of fear in Xian Yuanlin's eyes. He immediately looked away and didn't dare to look at Ning Chi. It doesn't matter if you don't buy it. 6th grade primordial spiritual treasure? It's nothing to me. Tell me your background honestly, and I'll buy it for you. Ning Chi changed the topic. Xian Yuanlin's expression changed, and he immediately yawned. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep for a while. You've slept for God knows how many years. Haven't you slept enough? Ning Chi said lightly. No matter what, I won't tell you the details. If you're a descendant of my enemy, wouldn't I be a lamb walking into a tiger's den? Xian Yuanlin looked at Ning Chi with vigilance. Then you can tell me how powerful the Xian Yuan Immortal School behind you was back then. Ning Chi laughed. About that, Xian Yuanlin's eyes lit up slightly, and then he nodded, pretending to be reserved. I can tell you a little. Back then, my father controlled the Xian Yuan Immortal School. There were 7 great elders in the school, and each of them was far beyond the Emperor realm. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the school, and any one of them was more powerful than you. Xian Yuanlin said proudly. At that time, not to mention the 6th grade treasured clothes, the clothes I wore were 9th grade treasured clothes. If I still had that clothes, I could crush you with one hand as easily as crushing an ant. Have you ever seen that kind of scene where tens of thousands of clans came to pay their respects? In the territory of the Xian Yuan Immortal School, no matter how powerful the race is, they have to bow their heads. Far beyond the Emperor realm, Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Was Xian Yuanlin talking about a 7th-step cultivator? If he wasn't bragging, the Xian Yuan Immortal School was probably comparable to the Supreme Saint Council now. Thinking of this, Ning Chi saw that Xian Yuanlin looked at him as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. He felt that it was necessary to let him see the reality. Since they were so powerful, why were they destroyed? Ning Chi smiled. Xian Yuanlin was slightly stunned, and his mood instantly sank. Far beyond the Emperor realm, are you talking about a 7th-step cultivator? Can you tell me more about this realm? Ning Chi smiled. What's there to say? You won't understand even if I tell you. You're just a 4th-step cultivator. Xian Yuanlin glanced at Ning Chi with flagging interest. Seems like my butt is itching. Ning Chi muttered to himself. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know the specific situation of a 7th-step cultivator. I once asked my father, but he told me that unless I reach the Emperor realm, I'm not qualified to know the specific information of the 7th-step cultivator. Xian Yuanlin sighed. Ning Chi could tell from his expression and tone that he wasn't lying. Xian Yuanlin didn't know the specific situation of a 7th-step cultivator either. I've observed the situation here, and it seems that there are very few Emperor realm cultivators. It should be a 3rd-rate sect, right? I've told you so many things, but you have to tell me, is there a force comparable to the Xianyuan Immortal School in the outside world? Xianyuan Lin asked. Ning Qi vaguely noticed that Xianyuan Lin took this question very seriously, and there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. In terms of sex, no one can compare to the Xianyuan Immortal School you mentioned. Ning Qi said, "Could it be that your era has declined so much?" Xianyuan Lin was stunned and muttered to himself, "In my era, every realm had a force comparable to the Xianyuan Immortal School." Ning Qi felt that he had learned many secrets from Xianyuan Lin today. At least in his era, there should be many legendary seventh-step cultivators, and the Emperor realm wouldn't be as elusive as it was now. Ning Qi had been in the Shinluo world for 100 years. He had only come into contact with a few in the past 100 years. However, how could such a powerful Xianyuan Immortal School be destroyed overnight? Who was the culprit? Could it be the current Supreme Saint Council? Ning Qi was confused and curious. The Xianyuan Immortal School had 7 elders who far surpassed the Emperor realm, and with Xianyuan Lin's father, with such terrifying power, even the current Supreme Saint Council wouldn't be able to destroy the Xianyuan Immortal School overnight. It should be done by a stronger force of that era. Is Ning Qi here? A cold voice suddenly came from outside the cave abode, interrupting Ning Qi's thoughts. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he opened the door of the cave abode. He saw a female cultivator exuding the aura of the rebirth state, looking at him. "You are." Ning Qi cupped his hands. Hu Jia, a cultivator from the headquarters affairs hall. "The Secretary General has ordered you to meet him. Follow me," Hu Jia said calmly. Ning Qi was stunned, but he nodded with a smile. When Hu Jia saw Xianyuan Lin following behind Ning Qi, he said indifferently, "The Secretary General only wants to meet you alone." Xianyuan Lin's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have found a chance to escape from Ning Qi. "This is my Tao child." Ning Qi smiled. "A rebirth state Tao child?" Chapter 3572. "Since you're a Tao child, you can come with me." Huing nodded with a strange expression. Unknowingly, her tone had become much softer. It was obvious that she hadn't treated Ning Qi as a cultivator of the same generation at the beginning. Xianyuan Lin let out a long sigh. He lowered his head and followed Ning Qi to the headquarters building. After entering the headquarters, Ning Qi greeted some cultivators he knew and soon arrived at the door of the Secretary General's office. "You can go in. I'm going back to the affairs hall to hand over the task." Huing nodded at Ning Qi. Before she left, she took a few more glances at Xianyuan Lin. She wanted to ask Xianyuan Lin why he would lower himself to be a heavenly mandate cultivator's Tao child when he was only at the rebirth state, but she held back. If she said it, she would definitely offend Ning Qi. Ning Qi gently knocked on the door. When the Secretary General's deep voice came from inside, Ning Qi opened the door and entered with Xianyuan Lin. "This is the primordial cultivator you got from the heavenly source stone." The Secretary General's gaze immediately fell on Xianyuan Lin. There was a scrutinizing look in his eyes. However, Xianyuan Lin looked disdainful. After glancing at the Secretary General, he looked at the decorations around him. In his eyes, a fifth-step cultivator was nothing. He was just pretending to be courteous because he couldn't beat Ning Qi. However, when he could beat Ning Qi, he would definitely become the master. "Yes, Secretary General." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. "I remember you bought this heavenly source stone from Tudo, right?" The Secretary General smiled. If he knew there was a living creature inside, he might not have sold it to you. After a pause, the Secretary General didn't seem to want to spend too much time on Xianyuan Lin. It was common to see people who lived in the primordial era reappear from the heavenly source stone. There were several commanders in the Dark Parliament who were similar. Origin. The Secretary General said, seriously, "I called you here today because I have a task for you. If you can complete it, you will receive 2 million battle merit points. This is enough for you to exchange for the qualification to enter the infinite world of reincarnation. 2 million battle merits? Ning Qi was slightly taken aback. He had already prepared himself to spend a few hundred years fighting to the death for battle merits and gather enough battle merits to enter the infinite realms of reincarnation. He had not expected that the Secretary General's mission would give him 2 million battle merits in one go. However, such a mission might not be that simple. I'm done, right? Secretary General, please speak. Ning Qi looked slightly solemn. I want you to go to a place and help me retrieve something. If you can successfully retrieve it, the 2 million battle merit points will be yours. However, this trip is a bit dangerous, so you still have a chance to refuse. If you agree, I'll tell you the details. The Secretary General said in a deep voice. I'll do it. Secretary General, please speak freely. Ning Qi did not even think about it. If the mission was too dangerous, he would act according to the circumstances. If he agreed, he would still have a chance. But if he didn't, the 2 million battle merit points would never land in his hands. Don't you want to think about it? The Secretary General was slightly taken aback. No need to think about it. Only when there's danger will there be a chance. Ning Qi laughed and said, Opportunities won't fall from the sky if you just sit at home. Ha ha ha, good. The Secretary General laughed and then said seriously, the place you're going this time is the land of absolute beginning. If you've read the ancient books, you should know that we're now in Tai Li, a remote corner of Shenlua World. And absolute beginning is close to Shenlua World. In the center, there are many geniuses and giants. Although it's a place of trouble, it's also a place of opportunities. That's true. Absolute beginning is indeed more prosperous than Tai Li. It's not bad to go there. Xian Yuan Lin's eyes lit up. You're from absolute beginning? The Secretary General looked at Xian Yuan Lin. No, I'm a native cultivator of Tai Li. I've never been to absolute beginning. Xian Yuan Lin smiled and said, I just didn't have time to go. I was supposed to go to absolute beginning to pick up my bride. Oh. The Secretary General nodded and looked at Ning Qi. We have a member of the Dark Parliament. She's an elder of the Heavenly Mother sect of Absolute Beginning. She passed away some time ago. We don't know the specific reason yet, but she has a very important item in her hands. It's something extremely important to our Dark Parliament. You're going to retrieve it. Since it's so important, why don't you let stronger cultivators go? Ning Qi asked. It's too eye-catching. Your cultivation is just right for you to join the Heavenly Mother sect and wait for an opportunity to get it back. This jade slip contains its information. You can destroy it after reading it, the Secretary General said faintly. Then, he handed a jade slip to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took it and scanned it with his divine will before gently crushing it. Remember. The Secretary General smiled. Yes. Ning Qi nodded. He paused. Mr. Secretary General, how do I go to absolute beginning? As far as I know, the distance between Tai Li and absolute beginning is extremely far, and there are countless dangerous forbidden lands along the way. Even fifth-step cultivators have to spend a lot of time to get there. With my current cultivation, I'm afraid I'll die before I reach absolute beginning. It's okay. The headquarters isn't too far from absolute beginning. The Secretary General smiled faintly. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The location of the headquarters of the Dark Parliament had always been very secretive. Even the Supreme Saint Council couldn't find it. Could it be that the headquarters of the Dark Parliament was in absolute beginning? Or near absolute beginning? The territory of absolute beginning? There's no need to guess. The location of the headquarters is always changing. For years later, I'll order who shall to bring you out. The Secretary General smiled. Then the door of the office opened slowly. Ning Qi bowed and excused himself. After the two left, the Secretary General suddenly kept his smile and stood up. He lowered his head respectfully and said, Representative Tongtian has accepted the mission. After a pause, The Secretary General's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Representative Mu's death is very important. It's very likely that the Supreme Saint Council did it. If we let this person go, I'm afraid he'll be walking into a trap. Without training, one can't become a talent." A voice rang in the Secretary General's ears, and he fell into a void of silence. The Secretary General was silent for a few breaths. After confirming that the owner of the voice was no longer paying attention to this place, he slowly returned to his seat with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Without training, could it be that Representative Tongtian has taken a fancy to this person? Chapter 3573. The 5th District of the Assembly of Darkness. Ning Qi and Jiu Kuan stood side by side at the entrance of the Assembly of Darkness. In front of the two stood more than 10 Immortal Palace cultivators with different expressions. Some of them looked evasive. Just like last time, passers-by stood nearby. Among them, there was a pair of extremely resentful eyes. It was the elegant man whose promotion spot was snatched by Ning Qi. "Brother Ning, we will have to rely on you for this trip to the headquarters. These rascals are useless. Brother Ning, feel free to whip them. We will not have any complaints." Yes. Whoever is disobedient, beat them to death. It doesn't matter even if they die. The leaders of the various families looked at Ning Qi fawningly. When their disciples heard this, they suddenly had some doubts. Were they really their own children? "It's about time. Let's go," Ning Qi said calmly. He did not care about their fawning. Other than Jinling, no one else in the 5th District was worthy of his attention. Even the 3 Rebirth State commanders were far behind Ning Qi. When the crowd left, the pair of resentful eyes followed Ning Qi as if they wanted to kill Ning Qi with their eyes. Before leaving the city, Ning Qi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and walked straight towards the crowd. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked. They did not know what had happened and retreated. Only an elegant young master revealed a panicked expression. He quickly lowered his head and turned around, wanting to escape from the crowd. However, in the next moment, a powerful force grabbed him by the neck. Without any resistance, he was lifted high into the air. He was thrown to the ground violently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes fell on the elegant man. Their eyes were filled with doubt and surprise. Upon seeing this, the group of geniuses who had been promoted immediately understood what had happened. Their gazes toward the handsome young man were now filled with a hint of pity. "What are you doing?" The elegant man looked at Ning Qi with a face full of fear. "Why should I be afraid?" Ning Qi smiled and looked down at him. "Look at me like that again. Hurry up. Don't let me think that you are a coward." "What look?" "I don't know. You misunderstood." The elegant man's eyes flickered. He did not dare to look at Ning Qi at all. "Brother Ning, this seems to be a kid from the Wu family. I have some friendship with the Wu family head. Why don't we let it go?" A middle-aged cultivator stepped forward with a smile. He was the father of one of the heavenly talents and the head of the family. He was at the advanced fate state, a bit weaker than Ning Qi. "Uncle-in, save me." The elegant young master hurriedly stood up and hid behind the middle-aged cultivator. "This is between me and him. Why are you sticking your nose in other people's business?" Ning Qi looked at the middle-aged cultivator and said indifferently. The other party's expression changed, and he looked at Ning Qi in astonishment. He didn't expect that Ning Qi wouldn't give him any face at all. There were countless pairs of eyes watching this scene. "Father, don't worry about him." A young man transmitted his voice anxiously, but his father had no time to pay attention to him at this moment. Instead, he frowned and looked at Ning Qi. "Brother Ning, speaking of which, I am still a bit older than you. Let's just forget about the matter between you and the boy from the Wu family." He said that the spot that originally belonged to him was also snatched away by you. "Oh, is seniority decided by lifespan now?" Ning Qi smiled. The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed. He couldn't help but look at Jiuquan, only to find that Jiuquan was looking into the distance with a gloomy expression. No one could tell what he was thinking. Even a blind man could tell that Jiuquan had no intention of getting involved in this matter. What exactly do you want? The middle-aged cultivator frowned at Ning Qi. It's simple. Get out of the way. I want to resolve the misunderstanding between us. Ning Qi smiled. What if I don't get out of the way? Are you going to kill me? The middle-aged cultivator curled his lips with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He didn't believe that Ning Qi would kill him, no matter how bold he was. As soon as he finished his sentence, Ning Qi moved. His body moved like lightning as he suddenly appeared in front of the middle-aged cultivator. He raised his hand high into the air and slammed it down on the middle-aged cultivator's face. The middle-aged cultivator was sent flying by the force of the slap. He spun a few times in the air before landing heavily on the ground. He was so dizzy that he couldn't even stand up for a moment. The leaders of the major families stared at Ning Qi with their mouths agape in astonishment. Amateurs enjoyed the show, while experts knew the ropes. They were all Fate State cultivators, so they naturally knew how terrifying Ning Qi's attack was. His cultivation was only slightly higher than theirs, but they couldn't even react in time. The middle-aged cultivator had already fallen to the ground by the time they realized what was going on. This kind of speed, this kind of power is really a bit terrifying. I won't go so far as to kill you, but do you really want to embarrass yourself in front of so many people? Ning Qi looked at the middle-aged cultivator with disdain. The handsome young man was dumbfounded. His uncle, whom he considered his backer, had been knocked down in an instant. Wouldn't he have lost his body if that attack had landed on him? You! The middle-aged cultivator staggered to his feet. Pa! Ning Qi gave him another backhand slap. This time, the middle-aged cultivator fell to the ground completely. He was barely conscious, and his brain had almost turned into mush. It's your turn. Ning Qi looked at the handsome young man with a smile. His smile was like that of a demon in the man's eyes. A while later, Ning Qi stopped and let everyone out of the city gate. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The middle-aged cultivator finally recovered a little and stood up, trembling. However, the bruises on his face didn't go away so quickly, and he still felt a headache. When he saw the handsome young master curled up on the ground, naked and unconscious, a chill suddenly rose in his heart. He was afraid. If Ning Qi had treated him like this, he might have chosen to leave the 5th Division where his foundation was located and head to the 5th Division. Didn't you see that he would be the center of attention no matter where he went? Old Sue, you were too impulsive just now. The guy is like the sun in the sky right now. He's the genius that Lord True Spirit values the most. His aptitude and strength have far surpassed ours. You shouldn't have gotten into a feud with him just because of a kid from the Wu family. Didn't you see that your son's face was as pale as snow? I think he won't be able to make it through the ceremony. A family master who was acquainted with the middle-aged cultivator went to him and whispered. Chapter 3574. Flowing Time Passage. Ning Qi and Jiuquan stood at the forefront of the deck. A genius from the Immortal Palace courageously walked up to Ning Qi. What's the matter? Ning Qi looked at him indifferently. Senior Ning, my father offended you just now. I apologize on behalf of my father. The cultivator from the Immortal Palace gritted his teeth and knelt on the ground. In the distance, more than a dozen cultivators from the Immortal Palace saw the scene. Some of them gloated, while others looked worried. They were no longer optimistic about the future of this proud son of the Immortal Palace. His father had offended Ning Qi like this. His father had offended Ning Qi, and he would definitely lose the promotion ceremony. Your father is your father, and you are you. You don't have to apologize on his behalf. Ning Qi smiled faintly. But get up. I won't make things difficult for you in this promotion ceremony. Don't be afraid. Jiokun smiled. The other party breathed a deep sigh of relief. The rest of the Immortal Palace cultivators were a little stunned when they saw this. According to their speculation about Ning Qi's temperament, this should not be the result. No one knew how much time had passed in the flowing time passage, but there were more and more ferry boats around. They should be arriving at the headquarters soon. Jiokun, are you leading the team again this time? A ferry boat caught up with them and was at the same level as Ning Qi's boat. Wu Xiang stood on the deck of the ferry boat and looked at Jiokun with a mocking smile. What's wrong? Ning Qi walked out of the cabin. When he saw Wu Xiang, he immediately smiled. Wu Xiang, what a coincidence! It's you? Wu Xiang's eyes narrowed and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Why are you here? This time, Brother Ning is leading the team from the 5th district. Isn't it normal for him to be here? Jiokun smiled. Wu Xiang was startled. He didn't say anything and returned to the cabin. He wasn't afraid of Jiokun, but he was a little afraid of Ning Qi. Ning Qi's growth was too fast. A few hundred years ago, he was just a junior of the Immortal Palace. Now he was already a cultivator at the peak of the Fate State. Few people in the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness had such a speed of advancement. Even those cultivators at the 5th step of the Ascendant State weren't as talented when they were young. He's scared. Jiokun laughed. This is the first time I've seen Wu and I so afraid of a cultivator of the same level. It seems that our 5th district will suppress the 8th district again. After the ferry boat arrived at the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness, the cultivators of the Immortal Palace were arranged to stay in the residence of the headquarters in Zone 5 for the time being. When the promotion ceremony was about to begin, Ning Qi took them to the headquarters building. They arrived at a meeting room, where 100 leaders from various districts were already seated. They were all at the Fate State, but some of the districts were led by undead cultivators at the 5th step. Districts like this were all extremely powerful, possessing more than 1/5 step cultivator. In fact, there were even sempiternal realm and indestructible realm cultivators among them. Behind them stood the chosen who had participated in the ascension ceremony. Ning Qi even saw a few familiar faces. These people had participated in the same ascension ceremony as him hundreds of years ago. As soon as they saw Ning Qi, they recognized him. Strange expressions appeared on their faces, and there was a hint of shame in their eyes. That's the monster from the 5th district. He's known as the strongest of the younger generation in the headquarters. Interesting. I heard that he has another identity now. He's the elder of the Heavenly Source Pavilion. His annual salary is 100 million origin stones. Hiss! Everyone was shocked by the news and stopped whispering. Even the 5th step cultivators subconsciously looked at Ning Qi in surprise. After Ning Qi found a seat in Zone 5 and sat down, Dong Yan and the others stood behind him. The chosen from the Immortal Palace, who had just arrived at the headquarters from Zone 5, couldn't help but sigh when they saw everyone looking at Ning Qi. This scene was enough to prove how famous Ning Qi was in the headquarters. Otherwise, why would everyone pay attention to Ning Qi the moment he entered the hall? Brother Ning, I heard that you're the elder of the Heavenly Source Pavilion now? Sitting next to Ning Qi, a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator from an unknown district asked in a friendly manner. I think so. Ning Qi smiled. The other party suddenly looked nervous. How much is your annual salary? I think it's 100 million. Hiss! Everyone gasped again, and their expressions became extremely strange. 100 million origin stones a year. This was equivalent to earning the net worth of a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator in 1 year. Reincarnation Realm in 10 years and 100 years. The 5th step cultivators glanced at each other and looked at Ning Qi with a dignified expression. At the same time, they felt a little envious of Zhenling. In the area under his jurisdiction, there was actually such a person who not only had an outstanding aptitude in cultivation, but also had such a heaven-source technique. Such a strong chosen one. As long as he was the elder of the Heavenly Source Pavilion for 100 years, he would earn 10 billion origin stones, which was equivalent to all the net worth of undead realm cultivators like them, or even more. Behind Ning Qi, except for Dong Yen, the rest of the Immortal Palace cultivators were stunned. They naturally knew nothing about the headquarters. Only now did they know that Ning Qi had another identity in the headquarters. He was the elder of the Heavenly Source Pavilion, right? With such an identity, even commander-level existences in Zone 5 would have to treat him politely, right? Brother Ning, I wonder if you accept disciples. I also know about the Heavenly Source Stone. The one who acted friendly revealed a mocking smile. Before he could finish speaking, the door suddenly opened again. Tudwa brought Commander Bloodtear, Commander Injun, and the rest in a single file and took their seats at the head of the table. The voices in the room immediately disappeared. Everyone stood up in unison and bowed to Tudwa, including those few generals. They were only at the Undying Realm, while Tuduo was already at the Undying Realm. The fifth step cultivators who were closest to the sixth step naturally did not dare to be negligent. No need for formalities. Duo nodded with a faint smile. His gaze swept across the crowd, and the smile in his eyes deepened when he saw that Ning Qi was also present. Little Ning, I heard that you obtained a rebirth state cultivator from the Heavenly Source Stone I sold you? Good luck. Ning Qi grinned. A rebirth state cultivator appeared. The way everyone looked at Ning Qi became extremely strange again. If I had known that your Heaven Genesis technique was so powerful, I would not have sold the Heavenly Source Stone to you. However, since I have sold it to you, it belongs to you. No matter what you obtain from it, it has nothing to do with me. Where is that rebirth stage, cultivator? I fairly would like to see him. Tudwa smiled. He is in Commander Bloodtear's residence. If Senior Tudwa wishes to see him, I will immediately summon him. Ning Qi said. Chapter 3575. Hearing Tudwa's words, the expressions of the leading cultivators of each district changed slightly. The last few promotion ceremonies had been very normal. Only Ning Qi's promotion ceremony had been slightly unexpected. Could it be that this promotion ceremony would be the same as the one Ning Qi had participated in? The eyes of the Immortal Palace cultivators present immediately turned solemn. They looked at each other and then quietly waited for Tudwa's next instructions. There is a small world under the control of the central hub. That world is completely different from the one you are familiar with. The ordinary people there do not cultivate, but they can rely on external power to obtain extremely powerful combat power. The strongest of them can match an imperishable realm martial practitioner. Tudo smiled. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Senior Tudwa, if a person doesn't cultivate, then wouldn't they be no different from an ant? How would they be able to obtain battle prowess on par with imperishable stage existences? Even natural numinous treasures require a corresponding cultivation in order to unleash their true might, right? The one who spoke was Wu Xiang. Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. From Tudo's words, he guessed that the world he was referring to was likely a technological world. However, this technological world was probably much more powerful than Atlantis back then. How could it be comparable to the Atlantis? It was a machine for Death Realm cultivators. The Heavenly Tao's order. Since you and I can rely on cultivation to break free from the category of ants, why can't others rely on other external forces to achieve the same results? Tudwa looked at Wu Xiang and smiled faintly. Wu Xiang was slightly stunned, and then he shut his mouth. Although he didn't agree with Tudwa's words, he knew that arguing with Tudwa here would only bring harm and no benefit. That world used to be the territory of the ninja clan, but since the start of the War of the 10,000 Races, the ninja clan has been unable to completely control this world. Now, there are more than a dozen races wreaking havoc in this world. Most of the natives in this small world have died, but there are still many remnants of the things they created. Your task this time is to do your best to help the council seize these foreign objects. At that time, according to the value, we will pick the top 50 people to be promoted. Go, Tudwa said calmly. Everyone was startled. Wasn't this kind of mission very common? Apart from the fact that the mission objective was a little special, it didn't seem to be a very difficult task. After all, they weren't forced to see certain things. There were many disputes. Originally, it was a rather simple mission, but I received news that yesterday a limitless border cultivator from the Supreme Saint Assembly came to this small world. Their goal is the same as your mission. So when you carry out the mission, there is a high chance that you will meet a limitless border cultivator. Everyone knows that many limitless border cultivators have the same identity as you. They are also extremely secretive. They might be your senior brothers, junior brothers, uncles, or uncles in the outside world, so you must be careful. Crush the jade token I'll give you when the time comes, and it will send you back to the headquarters. However, if you use the jade token before the time limit is up, you'll lose the qualification to be promoted. Think about it yourselves. Tudwa smiled and said, "A boundless Jiang cultivator?" Everyone's expression immediately became solemn. The purpose of their dark parliament's existence was to fight against the Holy Parliament. In truth, saying that they were fighting against the Holy Parliament would be flattering them. It could only be said that they were barely surviving under the suppression of the Holy Parliament, and the boundless world cultivators were the ones they frequently came into contact with. The cultivators that belonged to the Supreme Saint Assembly, to be able to become a boundless world cultivator, their battle strength usually far surpassed those of the same rank. Out of 10 battles, 6 or 7 of them would end in the defeat of the Dark Parliament, and only 3 or 4 times would they be able to suppress the boundless world cultivators. If it wasn't for these boundless world cultivators constantly patrolling the entire Shenlua world, with the Dark Parliament's strength, they would definitely be stronger than they were now. More than several times stronger. They finally understood why Tudo said that this mission was not simple. It was because their mission's objective actually overlapped with the boundless border cultivators. Just like that, their chances of encountering the boundless border cultivators were much greater. If any of you want to back out, step forward now, Tudwa said calmly. After a moment of silence, not a single dark cultivator chose to back out. Forget about the other missions. If they still backed out knowing that they would meet a boundless world cultivator, they would be despised by others, and they would become a laughingstock in the Dark Parliament in the future. Every qualified dark cultivator, when they graduated, had already treated the boundless world cultivators as their lifelong rivals. Very well. Since there's none, you can all set off. Tudwa smiled. When he stood up, a blue door of light suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, he waved his sleeves, and jade tokens flew out one after another, floating in front of the prodigies of the various immortal palaces. Elder Dongyan, if you can't do it, just crush the jade token, and we will participate in the next promotion ceremony. Ningqi smiled at Dongyan. Although his voice was not loud, the weakest cultivator present was at the Tao, querying Great Perfection Realm. When they heard this, their expressions became slightly strange. To ordinary people, the promotion qualification was extremely difficult to obtain, but to Ningqi, it seemed to be worthless. Thinking of Ningqi's other identity, which allowed him to earn 100 million origin essence stones in a year, they instantly understood. Dong Yen was slightly stunned. All right. The other prodigies of the immortal palaces in District 5 behind her instantly looked envious. After 10 minutes, the meeting room instantly became much emptier. At the same time, a huge liquid crystal screen appeared on the wall behind Tudwa, and the live broadcast of every cultivator could be seen. Ningqi suspected that the Dark Parliament had already invaded this small world, and some of the high-tech products he occasionally saw came from this small world. After looking at the liquid crystal screen a few times, Ningqi's eyes suddenly moved, and he subconsciously straightened his back. His gaze fell on the corner on the right side of the liquid crystal screen. There, a cultivator from an unknown district had encountered a cultivator the moment he arrived. That cultivator looked exactly like the chief head disciple of the Alcade Star Palace, Fei Xuanzi. This image only lasted for less than half a breath of time before Fei Xuanzi disappeared. However, Ning Qi was certain that it was indeed Fei Xuanzi. Ever since Jiang Tianshu stole the chief head disciple position, Fei Xuanzi seemed to have left the ancient star pavilion. I didn't expect him to be in this small world, and the boundless world cultivators have also arrived. Could it be that there is something they want in this small world? Something? Its value is at least above a grade 7 connate spirit treasure. With that thought in mind, before Ning Qi could continue sorting out his thoughts, Tudo's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly stood up and looked at the LCD screen with an extremely grim expression. A while later, his voice rang in everyone's ears. Chapter 3576. Senior Tu Duo, what happened? The Blood Tier commander's expression was solemn. Tu Duo's sudden words not only stunned everyone present, but even he and Commander Injin felt their hearts palpitate. Did you see the appearance of this boundless cultivator? Tu Duo pointed at one of the screens with a gloomy expression. A boundless cultivator? Everyone looked over and was confused. How did Tu Duo recognize that the other party was a boundless cultivator? On the screen, a young man in white clothes was staring coldly at the dark cultivator who had just descended. Then he suddenly attacked. The screen instantly turned pitch black, proving that the dark cultivator was already dead. Damn it! A Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator almost stood up. He was the one who had brought the dead dark cultivator. That person's surname is Pei. As for his real name, I don't know. I only know that he was called Pei Yuanqing when he was in the Covenant of Darkness. Tu Duo's words shocked everyone to death. As soon as these words came out, even Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of astonishment. Since this Pei Yuanqing had been in the Covenant of Darkness, how could he have become a boundless cultivator? Senior Tu Duo, could he be the one from 40,000 years ago? The Blood Tier commander seemed to have thought of something, and anger suddenly surged in his eyes. That's right. 40,000 years ago, this person disguised himself as a dark cultivator and infiltrated the headquarters as a boundless cultivator. At that time, his cultivation level was only at the late stage Dao Querying Realm. He was supposed to be an insignificant character, but because of his leak, more than 300 Immortal Palace prodigies, more than 20 Heavens Mandate Realm cultivators, and 1 Rebirth Realm cultivator from the headquarters were all killed by a 5th step boundless cultivator. After that, this person left the Covenant of Darkness and returned to the Supreme Saint Assembly. His cultivation level skyrocketed, and he killed dark cultivators several times. Tu Duo seemed to be gritting his teeth as he spoke. Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat. If the other party had only infiltrated the headquarters and caused the headquarters to lose hundreds of cultivators, Tu Duo would not be so angry. He guessed that there might be someone close to Tu Duo among those cultivators. The Rebirth Realm cultivator who died back then was my soon-to-be married cultivation partner. As expected, Tu Duo's words caused some of the cultivators who were unaware of this matter to reveal expressions of shock. This person's current cultivation should be at the rebirth state, middle phase. He might be hiding his cultivation, and the highest he can reach is the rebirth state, late phase. I'll give 1 million battle merits to whoever can kill him. Tudo said coldly. 1 million battle points. Commander Shuewei and Commander Injin looked at each other and immediately said, Senior Tudwa, we'll do our best. Not just the two of them. Even the Fate State cultivators present were attracted by the 1 million battle credits. The 1 million battle credits were very important to them. If they could get Tudo's reward, they would have a better chance of entering the reincarnation cycle in the future. Apart from that, he could also use his battle merits to exchange for other things, such as a 5th grade primordial spiritual treasure. Senior Tudwa, may I know how many of us? The leaders of a few districts were at the undead realm. They also stood up and looked at Tudwa. You guys don't have to go. You're too big of a target and will attract attention. There are many boundless border cultivators here, and there might be fifth step cultivators among them. Just let them go. Tudo said calmly. The undead realm cultivators looked at each other, nodded, and sat down again. Tudo opened the blue passage again, and Commander Shuewei and Commander Inzhen entered first, followed by Ningqi and the other Fate State cultivators. Tudo told them that their mission was to cooperate with Commander Shuewei and Commander Inzhen to kill Pei Yuanqing. They would be the support, and the two of them would be the leaders. Kid Ning, take it easy, Tudo suddenly said when they entered the blue passage. Ningqi was stunned for a moment before he nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Sir Tudo. Soon, the office became empty again. About a dozen seconds later, a group of people entered one after another. Every one of them had a cultivation level similar to Tudo's, and they were led by the Secretary General. Tudo, did you say that you found Pei Yuanqing? The Secretary General walked to Tudo's side and looked at the big screen, searching around. I found him, but I saw that Pei Yuanqing's junior has been killed. I asked Commander Shuewei and Commander Injin to enter this small world and encircle that fiend. Tudo said solemnly, Where's Kid Ning? Did he go in too? The Secretary General's eyes swept around, and his expression suddenly changed. Tudo nodded. He went in. That child's talent is extremely strong. This world hasn't been peaceful recently, and the cultivators of the boundless frontier are trying to obtain something from it. Their people have been moving around frequently. Kid Ning might be in danger if he goes there. If he dies, I'm afraid the losses will be great. The Secretary General frowned. Then should I bring him back? Tudo was startled. The Secretary General fell silent for a few seconds, then shook his head with a smile. There's no need. An uncut jade is worthless. Let's see how he performs this time. As long as he doesn't provoke the other boundless frontier cultivators, a mere Pei Yuanqing won't be harmed by Commander Shuewei and Commander Injin. Kid Ning. As they spoke, another group of people walked into the conference room. These people's auras were a level lower than the Secretary General's, but most of them were white-haired old men. The least of them were middle-aged. They were the backbone of the Dark Parliament's headquarters, existences at the sempiternal realm. Most of them were in closed-door cultivation in order to strive for everlasting glory. But today, when they received news from Tudo, they all rushed here. This was because many of the 300 or so geniuses of the Dark Parliament that had died were among them. These people were their juniors. That promotion ceremony had been full of stars. The Dark Parliament had produced many geniuses that hadn't appeared for many years. They were the best batch of geniuses. There were even some geniuses who were on par with Ningqi. They had used only 700 to 800 years to advance from the Tao querying Great Circle to the Heavens Mandate Realm. Because of the information that Pei Yuanqing had leaked, they had all died. Tudo and the others sat in the seats of honor, while the others sat around the conference table. Everyone was quiet and expressionless as they waited quietly. Coming out of the blue passage, Ningqi immediately observed his surroundings. Not far away, a cultivator with no facial features was standing in the void in Ningqi's direction. Apart from him, there was no trace of anyone else. Wu Xiang, do you want to join us? Ningqi smiled. Wu Xiang was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. All right. After a pause, Wu Xiang took out a jade token. This was given to them by Tudo. It was similar to the jade tokens that the geniuses of the Immortal Palaces had received during the promotion ceremony. Apart from being able to instantly return to the headquarters after crushing it, it could also be used to sense each other's location. The distance between them, 700 miles away, there's one of us. Wu Xiang said. Chapter 3577. To Ningqi and Wuxiang, the distance of 700 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. But along the way, Ningqi saw ruins after ruins. Among the ruins there were scattered pieces of railway tracks, broken cities, broken streets, and some corpses that had already turned into bones. There wasn't a single living person to be seen. It was obvious that this small world was about to reach its end due to the war of 10,000 races. It has only been 300 years since the flames of war arrived here, and it has already become like this. I wonder what will happen when the flames of war erupt in the Shenluo world one day. However, our Dark Parliament doesn't need to consider this matter. Let's just see what the Supreme Saint Parliament will do. Let's see what the Supreme Sacred Parliament does. Wu Xiang's voice had a hint of schadenfreude. Ningqi smiled. He didn't agree with what he said. Although the dark cultivators were rats that couldn't be seen, as long as the flames of war spread to Shenluo world, no one could stay out of it. Wu Xiang's thinking was too simple. Senior Ning, Senior Wu Xiang. When a figure saw the two of them, he immediately rushed over and bowed to the two of them with a surprised expression. Which district are you from? Wu Xiang said calmly, I am a cultivator from the 18th district, Zhao Jiaolong. Zhao Jiaolong's figure was round, reminding Ningqi of Duan Ingjun. Got it. Follow the two of us from now on. Wu Xiang said calmly, Oh, then what about Junior's mission? Zhao Jiaolong was slightly stunned. After a pause, he looked at the two of them curiously. Seniors, why did you come here? Is there a change in our mission for the advancement ceremony? Your mission remains the same, but there is something more important. You don't have to ask, just follow the two of us. Wu Xiang said calmly. Hearing this, Zhao Jiaolong didn't dare to ask anymore. He could only nod, but he was a little worried. If he wasted too much time following the two of them, causing him to be unable to complete his mission, would the headquarters give him another chance? A few hours later, Zhao Jiaolong was no longer worried, because not only did he see the leader of the 18th district, but he also saw dozens of leaders from other districts. These leaders also gathered a group of prodigies from the Immortal Palace with their jade tokens. There were more than 100 of them. What do we do now? Everyone looked at each other, then at Wu Xiang and Ningqi, because the two of them had the highest cultivation among all the Fate Realm cultivators. Go ahead. Wu Xiang looked at Ningqi. There are too many of us, and we're too big of a target. Let's split up and find Commander Bloodtear and Commander Yinzhan. We'll listen to their plans after we meet up with them. Ningqi smiled. That's the only way. Everyone looked at each other and agreed with Ningqi. In fact, they only needed one person to make a decision. Which sect are you fellows from? A cold voice resounded in everyone's ears. Unknowingly, a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the surroundings. This group of people were wrapped in black cloth from head to toe, revealing only their eyes. Seeing this, everyone was shocked at first. Then their gazes became solemn. They had already recognized the clothes of this group of people. 13 Shinobi, a rebirth state expert. Wu Xiang subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He didn't expect to bump into boundless Jiang cultivators and instead bump into ninja clan cultivators. Moreover, he bumped into 13 ninja clan cultivators of Rebirth Realm. We are cultivators from the Ancient Star Pavilion. Ningqi said calmly. Ancient Star Pavilion. The dozen shinobi looked at each other and then suspiciously looked at Ningqi. One of them suddenly said, This steam world is a subsidiary world of our ninja clan. We don't allow others to enter as they please. Leave and we'll let bygones be bygones. What a joke! Ningqi sneered. This place has already been implicated by the flames of war. Not only are the cultivators of the Ancient Star Pavilion here, but even the cultivators of the Boundless Jiang are here. Do you think this place is your forbidden land that others can't touch? As soon as he said that, Wu Xiang and the others gasped in their hearts. These were 13 rebirth realm cultivators. Any one of them could destroy this group of cultivators. Wasn't Ning Qi purposely provoking their anger by using such a tone? As expected, after the 13 ninja clan cultivators heard Ning Qi's words, their eyes revealed a trace of undisguised anger. A mere heaven's mandate realm cultivator dares to be arrogant before us? Your ancient star pavilion is only a third-rate force in the eyes of our ninja clan. Even the clan behind you isn't worth mentioning before us. After a moment of silence, a ninja clan cultivator slowly spoke. His eyes were already locked onto Ning Qi. The other party wasn't bragging. The ninja race had a total of over 30 great emperors. Among the thousands of races in the God Lua world, the ninja race was ranked the highest. However, the ninja race was also divided into many tribes. It didn't mean that there was a great emperor behind these few rebirth realm experts. It was very likely that they only had a fifth-step cultivator as their backer. Ning Qi, don't provoke them anymore. Otherwise, we'll have to crush our jade plates and return to headquarters. Wu Xiang's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. Then he turned to the ninja clan cultivators and said, "Seniors, we will be leaving now. Sorry for disturbing you." "You want to leave now? Did I allow it?" The ninja clan cultivator looked at Wu Xiang mockingly. Wu Xiang was startled for a moment and then kept silent. He was ready to take out the jade token and crush it. "Your cultivation level is the highest among them. You're at the middle stage of the rebirth state, right?" Ning Qi smiled. "So what if I am?" The ninja said indifferently, "I'm going to beat you up." The corner of Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. His figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the ninja tribe cultivator. Wu Xiang and the others were stunned, and they didn't even have time to think. The ninja tribe cultivator was even more stunned. He didn't expect that a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator would dare to take the initiative to attack him. After a moment of shock, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He just stood there, motionless, with no intention of fighting back. The first of the 9 inner hidden gates. The second of the 9 inner hidden gates. The third of the 9 inner hidden gates. In an instant, Ning Qi had opened all the 9 inner hidden gates, and endless power flowed through his body. Bang! Ning Qi's fist landed on the ninja clan cultivator's body. The earth energy covering the ninja clan cultivator's body shattered. He didn't even have time to scream before his body exploded into a mist of blood. There was a sudden silence in the hall. Wu Xiang and the rest of the Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators were dumbfounded. Some of them even rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. What's going on? Senior Ning killed a rebirth state cultivator with a single punch? Zhao Jialong asked the person next to him after recovering from his shock. He wanted to make sure that he wasn't mistaken. The cultivator next to him nodded blankly. That seems to be the case. Who the hell are you? The remaining 12 ninja clan cultivators finally reacted, and they looked at Ning Qi with shock and fear in their eyes. There might be some misunderstanding between us. We'll talk about it another day. I'll take my leave first. Before Ning Qi could speak, one of the ninja clan cultivators had already admitted defeat. Chapter 3578. The ninja clan cultivators that were about to leave paused after hearing Ning Qi's words. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Ning Qi actually wanted to keep 12 early-stage rebirth realm cultivators here. Sir, no matter how strong your ancient star body is, how can you be a match for the 12 of us? If you force us to stay, I'm afraid it won't benefit either side. One of the ninja clan cultivators said. They didn't think that Ning Qi could defeat them. However, the physical strength Ning Qi had just displayed was enough to prove that his ancient star body was at least rank 7 or 8. As a result, they couldn't use their inner strength. Therefore, they couldn't use their cultivation to judge Ning Qi's current strength. Even so what? If the 12 of them joined forces, they could still suppress Ning Qi, but at least 3 to 5 of them would be injured or die. They didn't want to take this risk. No one knew if they would be the one to die. Wu Xiang and the others also felt that it made sense. At the same time, after the ninja clan cultivator's reminder, they had already guessed what Ning Qi relied on to have such a powerful method. The ancient star body was a famous body-refining technique of the ancient star pavilion. As long as this technique was cultivated to a high level, it would not be inferior to an ordinary cultivator's realm. However, they felt that Ning Qi was indeed a monster. The fact that Ning Qi had joined the ancient star pavilion was not a secret because there were some dark cultivators in the ancient star pavilion. The dark cultivators all knew each other's identities. These dark cultivators had come to the headquarters before, so they naturally recognized Ning Qi. Therefore, they knew that Ning Qi had only joined the ancient star pavilion for a short period of time. It had only been a few hundred years, not even 1,000 years. Yet he had the power to kill a mid-stage rebirth realm cultivator with one punch. How terrifying was this? Brother Ning, I think we should forget about this matter. You have already killed a ninja clan cultivator in the middle stage of the rebirth realm and saved our faces. Why don't we forget about this matter and get back to business? If we meet these ninja clan cultivators again in the future, we can slowly settle the score with them. It won't be too late. Wu Xiang said. His tone became more respectful, but he didn't even notice it himself. Ning Qi looked at Wu Xiang and suddenly smiled, then looked at the 12 ninja cultivators and said lightly, whether or not I can keep you here, you'll know after you try. To be honest, you ninja cultivators are really annoying, hiding your heads but showing your tails, aren't you? Aren't we cultivators? Wu Xiang. Zhao Jiaolong had a look of admiration. Senior Ning is indeed a role model for our generation. Unknowingly, the immortal palace's heavens pridelings had a trace of excitement on their faces. They did not think as much as Wu Xiang and the others. They only knew that Ning Qi had just killed a ninja clan expert at the Middle Rebirth Realm. This was a first-rate clan in the God Luo world, with over 30 emperors in the clan. The fact that Ning Qi had killed the ninja clan Samsara made them feel proud. The 12 Samsara ninjas looked at each other, then looked at Ning Qi with tacit understanding. Their eyes were filled with a hint of battle intent. This time, even if they had to lose a few people, they had to kill Ning Qi. Even if they died, it would only be the loss of their physical bodies, which could be reformed in the future. They would only lose a bit of their cultivation. No one could endure Ning Qi's humiliation. In less than half a breath's time, a cloud of black mist suddenly burst out from the bodies of the 12 reincarnation ninja race cultivators. Seeing this, Wu Xiang and the others immediately revealed vigilant expressions and looked around. They knew that this was a technique unique to the ninja race cultivators, and it was very similar to an escape art. Moreover, it was different from the movement techniques cultivated by ordinary cultivators. Ordinary movement techniques were used to travel and break formations, whereas the movement techniques that the cultivators of the ninja clan were skilled in were used to kill. They were elusive and difficult to guard against. With the disappearance of the black mist, the 12 reincarnated ninja clansmen also disappeared from the spot, leaving no trace in the air. Even if Wu Xiang and the others spread out their divine sense, they wouldn't be able to detect the slightest abnormality. The cultivator must still be here, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As expected of a cowardly rat, the corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly, and he slowly closed his eyes in front of everyone. Suddenly, Ning Qi felt some changes in his qi and blood on his left shoulder. At the same time, the air in that direction also produced a subtle fluctuation. Without hesitation, Ning Qi turned around and punched down with his fist. At the place where his fist landed, a figure suddenly appeared, staring at Ning Qi in shock. Then the figure was hit in the head, and with a bang, his head instantly sank into his chest. Ning Qi raised his left hand, and the demon purification gourd suddenly appeared. A cloud of black smoke came out, wrapped around the reincarnated ninja clansman, and directly sucked him into the demon purification gourd. What kind of spiritual treasure is this? Seeing this, Wu Xiang and the others showed a trace of surprise in their eyes. They faintly sensed that the aura of this spiritual treasure seemed to have surpassed the 6th grade, but there was a certain gap between it and the 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure they had seen before. At that moment, Ning Qi's qi and blood once again stirred in the area where his right arm was facing outwards. Without hesitation, Ning Qi punched out. When his fist landed on the void, a figure appeared coincidentally, and his fist pierced through his chest. Another cloud of black smoke came out from the demon purification gourd, and the reincarnated ninja clansman was sucked into it. In less than 3 breaths of time, 2 of the 12 reincarnated ninja clansmen were already gone. They didn't seem to believe it, and still wanted to use their best assassination method to suppress Ning Qi. Then, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 Wu Xiang and the others silently counted. Before they knew it, 8 of the 12 reincarnated ninja clansmen were gone. The entire process was as easy as whack-a-mole in Ning Qi's eyes. A few seconds later, Ning Qi slightly frowned. A few seconds later, he suddenly put on a mocking expression and waved his hand at Wu Xiang and the others. "Let's go." "What?" Wu Xiang was startled. "The other 4 have already escaped," Ning Qi said. Everyone was confused. A Fate State warrior had not only killed 9 reincarnated state warriors, but the other 4 didn't even dare to show up and ran away. They didn't even say a word. If this news were to spread, it would definitely be a huge blow to the reputation of the ninja clan. Everyone had once again witnessed Ning Qi's strength. They couldn't help but exclaim how terrifying the strength of the disciples of the great emperors were. Once again, everyone witnessed Ning Qi's strength. They couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying strength of the disciples of the great emperors who were accepted as disciples of the great emperors. In their eyes, Ning Qi was someone who had almost been accepted as a disciple of the serious councilman. He was weaker than the disciples of the great emperors. But in fact, that was definitely a mistake. If there were any great emperors present, they would definitely be able to see that Ning Qi's strength wasn't inferior to any of the disciples of the great emperors at the same level. "Brother Ning, what should we do now?" Everyone looked at Ning Qi with a trace of respect. Chapter 3579. It had been a month since the deaths of the ninja clan cultivators. During this month, Ning Qi kept receiving news, but he didn't find the whereabouts of Commander Bloodtear and Yin Zhen, nor did he find any trace of Pei Yuanqing. However, another 3 months passed. Around 3 months later, there was news that a large number of cultivators had been discovered in a certain lost giant city in the Steam World. Many cultivators were also heading in that direction. After Ning Qi received this news, he immediately guessed that it was very likely that Fei Xuanzi and those boundless Jiang cultivators were there. Pei Yuanqing was very likely there, and it was also very likely that Commander Shuewei and Commander Yin Zhen were there. A few days later, Ning Qi stopped and took out the demon refining gourd. He poured out a blood-colored elixir. This was the blood elixir condensed after the 8 reincarnation state ninja clan cultivators were refined. Unfortunately, Ning Qi had killed the mid-stage rebirth state ninja clan cultivator. Otherwise, the effect of this blood elixir would be even stronger. 1, 2, 3. Ning Qi put the blood elixir into his spatial bag. There were already 3 similar elixirs inside. The first one was refined with Nangong, Yuanqing's body. The second one was refined with the 2 prodigies of the Great Blue Dragon Sect and other forces in the Great Blue Mountain Range. It was refined with the lives of countless prodigies, so it was much stronger than the first one. However, The effect of the two elixirs combined was not as strong as the third one. After all, it was refined with the blood essence of 8 early-stage rebirth state cultivators. If the 3 blood pills were given to some body cultivators, they would be of great help to the improvement of their bodies. But if Ning Qi took them himself, the effect would be equivalent to cultivating in the demon purification gourd for 100 years at most, when there was a top training ground. It would be a waste to take it for only 100 days. 10 days later, when Ning Qi was about to reach the Lost Giant City, he unexpectedly saw Commander Bloodtear and Yin Zhen, as well as hundreds of Fate State cultivators from various districts of the Covenant of Darkness, as well as many prodigies of the Immortal Palace. However, these Fate State and Immortal Palace prodigies were all seriously injured. They were either sitting, lying on the ground, or lying on the ground. Only Commander Shuewei and Commander Yinjin stood side by side in a sorry state. Not far away from them, there was a young cultivator with a cruel smile on his face. He was looking at the two of them like a cat toying with a mouse. Shuewei, Yinjin, Qi sent you 2 pieces of trash to kill me? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Pei Yuanqing said with a faint smile. Just then, he had not only defeated Commander Shueqiu and Commander Yinjin, but he had also severely injured the Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators and the prodigies of the Immortal Palace. The secretary was right. Pei Yuanqing's cultivation was indeed not only at the rebirth state middle stage, but also at the rebirth state late stage. His strength was much stronger than Commander Shueqiu and Commander Yinjin. Pei Yuanqing, don't be complacent. Commander Yinjin said gloomily, I'm proud of myself. Pei Yuanqing smiled. 40,000 years ago, I already thought that you dark cultivators were stupid. 40,000 years later, you're still as stupid as ever. You only sent 2 rebirth state middle stage cultivators to suppress me. Is this really Qi's arrangement? Let me think. Oh, how could your secretary be so stupid as to send you guys to kill me without any preparation? It should be that old guy Duo, right? His cultivation partner died in the hands of us boundless Jiang cultivators. He was so angry that he swore that he would kill me no matter what. But now 40,000 years have passed, and I'm still alive and kicking. Commander Shueqiu's face was ashen. However, Pei Yuanqing's cultivation and battle strength were indeed much stronger than theirs. He and Commander Yinjin had only managed to test 30 to 40% of Pei Yuanqing's strength. A rebirth state late-stage cultivator was indeed not something a mid-stage cultivator could contend with easily. Now there were 2 paths in front of them. The first was to fight Pei Yuanqing to the death. The second was to crush Duo's Jade token and return to the headquarters. However, the latter would bring shame to the Dark Parliament. Until the last moment, Commander Shueqiu was not willing to bring everyone back to the headquarters with their tails between their legs. At the same time, Dark Parliament headquarters. The LCD screen no longer had the perspective of the other cultivators. The huge screen reflected Pei Yuanqing's face, which made Duo gnash his teeth in anger. Especially after Pei Yuanqing said those mocking words, Duo's face turned white with anger. Not only him, all the cultivators present stared at Pei Yuanqing with murderous gazes. If Pei Yuanqing was captured alive, they would have thousands of terrifying methods to use on Pei Yuanqing. I'm going to kill this brat personally. Duo suddenly shouted and waved his hand to open the passage. No. The secretary shook his head and looked at Duo with a determined gaze. Pei Yuanqing might be purposely provoking you to lure you over. If you go now, you might fall into the ambush of the boundless Jiang cultivators. Then we're going to let this brat be so arrogant. All these years, he's been hiding his identity under the cover of the Supreme Saint Parliament. It's rare to find traces of him. I must kill him. Duo's expression was extremely gloomy. His eyes flickered with boundless anger. "Wait a little longer," the secretary said in a low voice. Tu Duo glanced at the secretary. In the end, he did not say a word and stared at the screen. "Look, isn't that the brat from the 5th district?" Someone finally noticed Ning Chi at the corner of the screen. The secretary and Tu Duo immediately looked at Ning Chi. "Commander Xue Qiu told me that the early stage rebirth state cultivator from a heavenly source stone is no match for Ning Chi." The secretary's lips curled. "Ning Chi is strong, but even if he's a follower of a great emperor, it won't be easy for him to defeat a late-stage rebirth state cultivator, right?" Tu Duo looked at the secretary doubtfully. The secretary smiled. "There's always a chance." However, there was something in his heart that he did not tell Tu Duo. Would a person who was chosen by the sky piercer be that simple? He was not too sure. Hence, it was a good opportunity to take a look. Another thing that made him calm was that he guessed that the sky piercer was also paying attention to the steam world. What? Not convinced? Other than us rebirth state cultivators, there are also undying state, immortal state, and eternal state cultivators in the steam world. I wonder if Qi dares to come personally? Pei Yuanqing looked at the Xue Qiu commander provocatively. The Xue Qiu commander remained silent. Chapter 3580. Little brother Ning, this person is extremely difficult to deal with. You should return to the headquarters first. Commander Xue Qiu immediately sent a voice transmission after seeing Ning Chi. He knew that Ning Chi was extremely powerful, especially after entering the ancient star pavilion. Ning Chi had grabbed Xian Yuanlin's butt and spanked him. However, Xian Yuanlin was a rebirth initial stage cultivator who had been locked up in the heavenly source stone for countless years. His cultivation was probably the weakest amongst those of the same cultivation level. On the other hand, this Pei Yuanqing in front of everyone was a genius amongst the boundless Jiang cultivators. Even if Ning Chi were to lend a hand, it would be impossible for him to defeat the rebirth state late-stage cultivator. Back then, because of Pei Yuanqing, the Dark Parliament had lost a large number of geniuses. Therefore, when Commander Xue Qiu saw Ning Chi, he immediately told him to retreat. If Ning Chi died here again, he wouldn't have the face to return to the headquarters. "Commander Xue Qiu, when I make my move, you and Commander Yinzhen take the others and escape first. Otherwise, the boundless border cultivators will be attracted." Ning Chi sent a voice transmission with a smile. Commander Xue Qiu was startled. Before he could think, Pei Yuanqing had already sized up Ning Chi and mocked. "Heaven's Mandate Realm Cultivator? Daring to show yourself at this time. You should be a genius from your Dark Parliament, right? I wonder which old guy did it. Son, I'm going to kill another genius from your Dark Parliament this time. I'm really sorry. Pei Yuanqing, you're so arrogant. Sooner or later, you'll die in the hands of our Dark Parliament." Commander Yinzhen coldly snorted. "If your Dark Parliament could kill me, you would have succeeded long ago. Why would you have waited for 40,000 years? Pei Yuanqing let out a strange laugh. "Back then, I used the identity of a boundless world cultivator to infiltrate your Dark Parliament. Yet not a single person in the massive parliament was able to discover my true identity. I even plotted to kill several hundred of your geniuses and sent them into the cycle of reincarnation. If it weren't for this, how could the Holy Parliament possibly think highly of me, allowing me to obtain cultivation resources that you can't even imagine? In a short 40,000 years, I was able to cultivate to my current realm. Soon, even that old fellow Tudwa won't be my opponent." As soon as these words came out, all the dark cultivators present were infuriated. Many of them had heard of the events of 40,000 years ago. At that time, almost all the geniuses of the Dark Parliament had died, leaving behind only those with slightly weaker aptitudes. It was precisely because of this that he was able to rise to the top obtain a lot of cultivation resources, and reach his current realm. However, they felt no gratitude towards Pei Yuanqing. Although the Covenant of Darkness had internal strife, they had to work together when facing the outside world. After all, they were all forsaken by the gods and were not recognized by the Holy Assembly. Only the Covenant of Darkness could give them hope. As for Pei Yuanqing, as the person who wanted to destroy their hope, they naturally hated him to the bone. Yes, that's the look in their eyes. 40,000 years ago, they looked at me with the same look in their eyes. How nostalgic. If those guys didn't die, at least a third of them would have the same cultivation as me, right? Commander Inqiu, is your cultivation very high? Ning Qi looked at Pei Yuanqing in confusion. 40,000 years ago, you were at the perfected Tao querying realm. 40,000 years later, you're at the late-stage rebirth realm. You spent 40,000 years, but you're not even a fifth-step cultivator. With such cultivation and aptitude, no one in the divine Lua world can compare to you. Such cultivation and aptitude should be very common in the Shenlua world, right? Although it won't be so common, it shouldn't be enough for you to be so proud, right? The smile on Pei Yuanqing's face froze. Then he wiped it off his face and looked at Ning Qi coldly. Oh, it seems that your cultivation progress is something to be proud of? I don't know how many years you went from the Tao querying realm to the heavens mandate realm. How many years did you spend on the Tao querying realm? Less than 3,000 years? Or less than 2,000 years? Pei Yuanqing had always been a proud person. Similarly, he had his own methods and aptitude. Even among the Boundless Kingdom cultivators, there were not many people that he admired. Therefore, when Ning Qi used such a mocking tone to judge the results of his hard work over the years, Pei Yuanqing had already sentenced Ning Qi to death. He had already sentenced Ning Qi to death, but before he killed him, he wanted to let him have a good taste of what despair was. The Blood-Tier commander's expression turned strange. He looked at Ning Qi and then at Pei Yuanqing. In the end, he did not speak. Instead, someone else shouted at Pei Yuanqing excitedly. Senior Ning was only at the great completion of the Tao querying realm hundreds of years ago. He only took a few hundred years to reach the Destiny realm. If Senior Ning had 40,000 years, he would be able to kill a traitor like you with one finger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone turned to look at the agitated Zhao Jialong. Zhao Jialong blushed and said, I'm telling the truth. You can all testify for me. Senior Ning's aptitude is indeed much better than this traitor. Yes, it's true. But can't you just bear with it? Everyone felt speechless towards Zhao Jialong. If he said that, wouldn't he expose Ning Qi? Even if Ning Qi returned to the headquarters safe and sound, what about in the future? The Supreme Saint Council would definitely send more people to track Ning Qi's whereabouts in order to kill him. The Blood-Tier commander angrily glared at Zhao Jialong. In his heart, he swore to himself that when he returned to headquarters, he would definitely get Zhao Jialong's leader to take him out of the headquarters. What a F***king pig of a teammate. As for Tu Duoming and the others' mission to encircle and kill Pei Yuanqing, they naturally failed. The strength of the two sides was not on the same level at all. Hundreds of years. Pei Yuanqing was slightly stunned at first, but then he suddenly clutched his stomach and laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. He's right. Little brother Ning has indeed only used a few hundred years to reach his current realm. Compared to him, you're like a maggot in a latrine pit. Commander Yin Zhen coldly looked at Pei Yuanqing and said indifferently. Pei Yuanqing's laughter suddenly stopped. He glanced at Commander Yin Zhen, and then his eyes fell on Ning Qi. He smiled and said, Your Dark Parliament is really deceiving yourselves. In just a few hundred years, you have crossed so many realms. Are you telling me that you have the aptitude of a great emperor's disciple? After a pause, Pei Yuanqing didn't wait for the others to speak. He continued with a smile. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such a ridiculous lie. You want to use this to attack my Tao heart? What a joke! The Blood Tier commander's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly smiled. I swear on my Tao heart that Commander Zhen didn't lie to you. Little brother Ning has indeed only used a few hundred years to go from a prodigy of the immortal palace to a heaven's mandate state cultivator. Compared to him, you are far inferior. What? The smile on Pei Yuanqing's face suddenly disappeared, and his expression became more serious. Since the other party could swear on his Tao heart, perhaps he really wasn't lying, but... Chapter 3581. Okay. Ning Qi nodded at Pei Yuanqing and took a step forward. The next moment, his body suddenly grew, and he turned into an ancient giant ape more than 1,000 feet tall. The 8-9 mysterious art had endless transformations. After Ning Qi turned into an ancient giant ape, his body's basic strength increased dozens of times, and the 9 inner hidden gates opened one after another. The 9 inner hidden gates opened, and Ning Qi just stood there motionlessly. This made Commander Xueqiu and Commander Zhen feel like they couldn't breathe. So strong, the leaders of the various regions were dumbfounded. They were all at the heavens' mandate realm, but Ning Qi's aura made them feel like they were looking up at a tall mountain. What kind of transformation technique is this? Isn't the increase in the body a bit too strong? The Blood Tier commander was shocked. Before today, he had never seen Ning Qi use this sort of method. He had attributed the increase in strength brought about by the 9 inner hidden gates to the 8-9 arcane art, so he was shocked by how powerful the 8-9 arcane art was. Commander Zhen looked at Commander Xueqiu, and there was a flash of shock in his eyes. Even Tu Duo and company who were paying attention to this place were filled with curiosity. This aura, the indifference on Pei Yuanqing's face faded a little, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. At that moment, the aura of Ning Qi's physical body had far surpassed the heavenly mandate stage. In fact, it could not even be compared to the initial reincarnation stage. I know, your identity in the outside world is a cultivator from the ancient star pavilion. You cultivate the ancient star body, and you're already at the 8th rank? There aren't many people like you in the ancient star pavilion. Once this matter is over, I'll find you. Pei Yuanqing coldly looked at Ning Qi. No wonder he felt that Ning Qi's aura was a bit familiar. He had dealt with the ancient star pavilion a lot, but he couldn't remember. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Although Commander Xueqiu and Zhen didn't show any strange expressions, Pei Yuanqing was able to confirm his guess from the expressions of the others. A sneer immediately appeared on his face. Since you know who I am, I won't hide it anymore. My name is Jiang Tianshu, said Jiang Tianshu. Ning Qi faintly looked at Pei Yuanqing. Surname Jiang? Are you from the Jiang family? Pei Yuanqing was slightly startled, and then immediately reacted. A trace of shame and anger flashed in his eyes. You want to kill me with a borrowed knife? Do you take me for a fool? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Ning Qi snorted coldly and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Pei Yuanqing. Impudent, Pei Yuanqing laughed maliciously. With a light wave of his hand, layers of light enveloped his body. When Ning Qi's fist landed on these layers of light, 100 of them were instantly broken. However, there were still 30 or so layers that were not broken. Body-refining cultivators can only rely on brute force. Do you know what these people are called? Boorish fellow, even if I were to stand right here, you wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on my body. Pei Yuanqing looked at Ning Qi mockingly, and the broken light curtain was instantly repaired. However, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. To be able to break more than 100 layers of light curtain at once was enough to prove that Ning Qi's punch had the power of an advanced stage rebirth state. However, Pei Yuanqing was still very calm. This was because he was not an ordinary existence amongst the advanced stage rebirth state cultivators. There is nothing that cannot be solved with a punch. If one punch is not enough, then 2 punches will do. Ningqi smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, his fists rained down on the layer of light curtain around Pei Yuanqing. Every punch would break more than 100 layers, but the second punch would repair the layer. From the beginning to the end, Ningqi was unable to break Pei Yuanqing's defensive technique. In less than 10 breaths of time, Ningqi had already thrown more than 1,000 punches, and the light curtain had also been broken more than 1,000 times. Indistinctly, everyone seemed to feel that Ningqi's fists were getting heavier and heavier, and the number of layers that were broken at once was also increasing. More and more. Pei Yuanqing frowned slightly. The samsara power in his body was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This technique of his consumed a lot of samsara power, and in a short period of time, the light curtain had been broken more than 1,000 times. Vaguely, everyone seemed to feel that Ningqi's fists were getting heavier, and the number of layers that were broken at once was also increasing. Hold on, I have to fight back. After this thought flashed through Pei Yuanqing's mind, he immediately formed a seal with both hands. His aura became somewhat terrifying, and his pupils suddenly disappeared, turning completely white. 9 reincarnation cycles. A low shout was heard. In the sky above Ningqi's head, the wind and clouds suddenly converged. Then, everyone saw a pitch-black crack appear. At this moment, the aura within a radius of 10,000 miles changed. Gusts of chilly wind swept out from the crack. Everything that the chilly wind touched was sucked into the crack like a deadly sickle. In an instant, the grass on the ground, the trees, and even the low-level star demons and wild beasts in the mountain range were all sucked in. If Commander Xueqiu and Commander Injin had not reacted quickly and used their techniques to suppress the others, the Immortal Palace's geniuses who were slightly closer would have been sucked in by the crack. This is the reincarnation of 10,000 realms. Commander Xueqiu was shocked. No, if he can open the reincarnation of 10,000 realms, even a 5th-step cultivator would have to be wary. This is definitely not an existence. It should be a small world that is similar to the reincarnation of 10,000 realms. Commander Injin said in a low voice, and his eyes were slightly solemn. Other than the Shenlua world, there were other existences that were similar to the reincarnation of 10,000 realms in the various heavens outside of the Shenlua world. Pei Yuanqing might have opened a passage to a similar existence and wanted to use it to kill Ningqi. When the chilly wind swept Ningqi's body, it was as though there were countless hands pulling on Ningqi, trying to pull him into the crack. However, Ningqi suddenly turned around and punched out, and this feeling instantly disappeared. Then he continued to throw out punches. Pei Yuanqing's lips curled up slightly as he muttered to himself. A few breaths later, an incomparably huge pale palm suddenly stretched out from the crack. The size of this palm was even larger than Ningqi's body. In front of it, Ningqi was as small as an ant. The palm directly grabbed at Ningqi, and it emitted an aura that far surpassed the reincarnation state. Pei Yuanqing can actually establish a connection with this existence. Commander Xueqiu and Commander Injin were slightly shocked. This was probably Pei Yuanqing's true trump card. The aura of this huge palm had already surpassed the reincarnation state. Even if it was not comparable to the undying state, it was not something that a mere rebirth state could resist. Chapter 3582. A trace of seriousness flashed across Ningqi's eyes. He was 100% sure that he had not given any orders to the 4 swords, but they had moved on their own. There must be something strange about this. However, the current immortal execution sword formation was so powerful that even a karma state expert could not kill it. What were these 4 swords doing? Pei Yuanqing thought that Ningqi would have some tricks up his sleeves. When he realized that the 4 swords were of extremely low grades, a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. Are you going to use these 4 pieces of trash to fight against my 9 transformations of rebirth? Pei Yuanqing laughed. The Covenant of Darkness will not be so poor that even with your talent, they are not willing to give you a few flying swords that are slightly passable. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 swords suddenly moved. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As if they were cutting vegetables, the 4 flying swords circled around the huge palm a few times, then returned to Ningqi and hung in the 4 directions of the north, south, east, and west. A few moments later, a roar filled with horror came from the depths of the black crack. Then the huge palm was instantly smashed into the size of a bean and fell to the ground. Everyone could feel that these pieces of flesh contained an extremely strong and vigorous chi of blood. The huge palm that far exceeded the strength of a rebirth state expert was sliced into pieces by the 4 swords. Everyone's eyes were filled with a trace of disbelief. Impossible! Pei Yuanqing stared at the scene with his eyes wide open and his face filled with shock. Up until now, Pei Yuanqing was not too sure how strong the existence he had established a connection with was. However, he was sure that the existence was at least of the undead state. Although it was only a palm, it was not something that a mere rebirth state expert could deal with. Moreover, the other party was only at the fate state. However, the existence's palm had been sliced into pieces by the 4 flying swords that were nothing more than trash in his eyes. This was beyond the scope of Pei Yuanqing's knowledge. After this battle, he did not know how much blood he would have to contribute to re-establish a connection with that existence. He might even lose the other party's help, which was equivalent to losing a trump card. Ningqi himself was taken aback. After a few breaths of silence, he suddenly pointed at Pei Yuanqing. The 4 exterminating immortal swords moved again. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The 4 exterminating immortal swords circled around Pei Yuanqing a few times, then flew back into Ningqi's sea of consciousness. Pei Yuanqing's expression was stiff. With difficulty, he twisted his neck to look at Ningqi. His lips moved slightly, but before he could speak, his body suddenly fell apart. Just like the palm, he was cut into pieces by the 4 fairy-slaying swords. The shield outside his body also collapsed instantly. The black crack in the sky slowly closed up, and the gusts of chilly wind dissipated without a trace. The atmosphere instantly became incomparably silent. Everyone silently looked at Pei Yuanqing's corpse, then at Ningqi. After a while, the Blood Tier commander said, "Little brother Ning, I didn't expect you to be a Grandmaster of the Sword." Sword Dao Grandmaster. This was a great affirmation of a person's Sword Dao. In the huge divine Lua world, there weren't many people who could be called Sword Dao Grandmasters. After all, not every race liked to use flying swords. Even the human race mostly used other types of swords. The most obvious characteristic of a Sword Dao Grandmaster was that they could defeat the strong with the weak and kill the enemy with the sword. Although Pei Yuanqing couldn't be captured alive this time, destroying his physical body would be a very serious loss. Not only would his cultivation fall by at least a small realm, but because his physical body contained most of the source energy, Pei Yuanqing's talent would also be affected. It could be said that his chances of advancing to the 5th step of the Undying Realm had become extremely low. Ningqi also didn't understand why the 4 fairy-slaying swords suddenly became so strong, but now wasn't the time to think about it. He immediately said, "Since Pei Yuanqing has been beheaded, we'd better leave this place quickly to prevent the boundless cultivators from discovering the changes here. Ring until the promotion ceremony." As for why the boundless cultivators would come to the Steam World, why Fei Xuanzi would appear here, and what their goal was, although Ningqi was a little interested, he didn't plan to get involved. Pei Yuanqing shouldn't be lying. There are probably many 5th step cultivators over there. Otherwise, the Dark Parliament wouldn't have only let them attack and not send any 5th step cultivators to suppress Pei Yuanqing. Little brother Ning is right. Apart from the Immortal Palace's geniuses, the rest should return to the headquarters. Commander Yin Zhen nodded. Dark Parliament headquarters. In the conference room, the Secretary General and Tudo looked at each other, then at the others. From their eyes, they saw a trace of bewilderment. It seemed that the means that Ning Qi had just displayed had shocked them as well. We weren't there to determine the exact cultivation of the cultivator hiding in the crack, but at least we can be sure that his strength isn't weaker than the Undying Realm. An Undying expert suddenly said, "This kid's sword Dao strength is actually so terrifying. I suggest that the Dark Parliament can nurture him as a core." Seconded. How many years has it been since a sword Dao Grandmaster has appeared in the human race? Among the many means in the Shenluo realm, the one that left the deepest impression on me is sword Dao. A long time ago, I once saw a mortal without any cultivation, but with a swing of his sword, even a karma state cultivator was beheaded. Unfortunately, although that mortal was a sword Dao Grandmaster, he was still a mortal with a short lifespan of a few decades. Although this kid's sword Dao cultivation isn't as good as that mortal, he was able to kill a late-stage rebirth state expert. If he has a breakthrough in the future, even we have to be wary. I suggest that we not only nurture him as a core, but also open the Dark Parliament's Sky Treasure Pavilion and give him a flying sword of at least a 7th grade. An Undying expert suddenly said, "A 7th grade flying sword?" The others looked at each other, a trace of hesitation in their eyes. A 7th grade primordial spirit treasure is extremely valuable. It's already a strategic resource. Are we going to give it to a Destiny State cultivator? Wouldn't that be too wasteful? If others were to find out, it would be hard to avoid feeling indignant in their hearts. Moreover, with his cultivation, there was no way for him to make 7. Plus, with his cultivation, he can't make a 7th grade primordial spirit treasure display its true power. The one speaking was an oceanic race, Undying. His appearance was similar to Komodo and Zaiduo. In reality, he was their ancestor. Wasteful? You saw what happened just now. If you and I were young, would we have been able to do what he did? Sever samsara? The Undying who suggested opening the Sky Treasure Pavilion looked at the oceanic race, Undying. His eyes flashed. "Wu Zhe, I heard that he has a grudge with your 2 juniors. Don't tell me you hate him because of that?" Chapter 3583. Elder Wu Zhe's words do make sense. I think we should discuss this further. That's right. How can a grade 7 primordial spirit treasure be given away so easily? At least wait until he reaches the rebirth state before making a decision. Some geniuses are extremely talented and monstrous, but they die prematurely or are stuck at a bottleneck and unable to break through. Their Dao hearts are destroyed. Haven't you and I seen enough of such things? That makes sense. Elder Yunhai is too hasty, but I don't think it's a problem to give him a grade 6 primordial spirit treasure. After all, he killed the traitor Pei Yuanqing, causing his talent and cultivation to drop by at least a level. As for killing him in the future, it's much simpler. Where there were people, there would be pugilism, and with pugilism there would be factions. Even the Dark Assembly couldn't avoid it. As an oceanic race, Undying, Wu Zhe had many friends in the Dark Assembly headquarters, and now they were all speaking up for him. Elder Yunhai seemed to be alone. No one spoke up for him. At the same time, there was a group of 5th step cultivators who maintained a neutral attitude. They looked down and remained silent. Wu Zhe looked at Yunhai with a faint smile. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Yunhai frowned slightly but ignored Wu Zhe. Instead, he looked at Tudo and the Secretary General. Among those present, only the 2 of them were in the imperishable realm, and their status was extremely high. Aside from the councilmen, the Dark Parliament's decisions were basically made by imperishable realm experts. Therefore, the Secretary General and Tudwa had the right to decide whether or not to give a grade 7 primordial spirit treasure to Wu Zhe and the others. "Qi, I think Yunhai is right. Ning Qi was fine when he first came. But now that a few hundred years have passed, his methods have become more and more shocking. Even the Heavenly Wolf Counselor once wanted to take him as a disciple, but he was still lacking. A heaven spiritual treasure is also very beneficial to the Dark Parliament. In the future, we might have another Grand Master of the Sword. Tudwal looked at the Secretary General with a solemn expression. He even called out the Secretary General's name, which no one had called for many years. This showed how serious he was. Wu Zei's eyes flashed with nervousness as he looked at the head secretary. Right now, only the head secretary could make the decision. If the head secretary agreed to open the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, then his objection would become a joke. Yes, I agree to open the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The Secretary General's lips curled up slightly. Actually, even if Tu didn't say anything, he would have taken the initiative to open the Sky Treasure Pavilion and give Ning Qi a flying sword. This was because he was the only one who knew that Counselor Skirich also seemed to think highly of Ning Qi. This was something that even Counselor Sirius probably didn't know. Wu Zei's expression changed slightly, but he immediately put on a smile. Since the Secretary General has agreed, then we have no objections. Seeing this, Yunhai said, "Then I will personally bring him to the pavilion of Tianbao to choose a treasure." "Thank you." The Secretary General smiled. "I wouldn't dare. This is what I should do," Yunhai said solemnly. A few breaths later, Ning Qi and the others appeared in the conference room, one after another. They crushed the jade tokens that Tudo had given them and were directly brought back from the Steam world by some special power. This had the same effect as the disciple token Ning Qi had purchased from the system. In fact, the disciple token was slightly better because it wasn't a single-use item and could be used continuously. The only thing it couldn't compare to was the jade token Tudo had given him. That was the problem of distance. Tudwa's jade plate could allow people to return to the headquarters of the Dark Congress from the Steam world directly. "Greetings, Secretary General, elders." With Commander Xueqiu and Commander Yinzhan in the lead, everyone cupped their hands and bowed to the Secretary General and the others. No need for formalities. You've all worked hard this time. A smile appeared on Tudo's face. If it weren't for Brother Ning, I'm afraid we would have embarrassed the Congress. Commander Xueqiu looked ashamed. Pei Yuanqing's cultivation is higher than yours, so it's normal that you couldn't beat him. There's nothing embarrassing about it. But Ning Kid, you're really surprising. When did you cultivate the way of the sword? Why didn't you show it at all? As Tudo said this, he looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Actually, I don't know either. Ning Qi smiled helplessly in his heart, but on the surface, he cupped his hands and smiled. It's just a small trick. I don't dare to show off. Right now, he just wanted to leave this place and find a quiet place to see what was wrong with the 4 immortal exterminating swords. Why would they kill enemies on their own? Moreover, they were killing such powerful existences. If the immortal exterminating sword array in the immortal world had been this strong, there would be no need for it. With such twists and turns, it could directly kill its way to the Tiandao clan. Not arrogant and not rash. Very good. Tudo smiled and nodded. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he would have forced Ning Qi to become his disciple. Unfortunately, it was not possible now. Ning Qi's battle strength was no longer something that could be forced. This time, you killed Pei Yuanqing. The promised 1 million battle merits will be sent over later. Apart from that, the Secretary General has also allowed you to go to the Sky Treasure Pavilion and pick a 7th grade spirit treasure. Tudo smiled. Go to the Sky Treasure Pavilion and pick a 7th grade spirit treasure? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. The strongest spirit treasure he had was the Demon Refining Gourd, but it was only a 7th grade spirit treasure. Furthermore, it was incomplete and could only unleash the power of a 6th grade spirit treasure. But now, the headquarters was actually going to give him a 7th grade spirit treasure? To Ning Qi, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. It could increase his battle strength by another level. Even if he could not unleash the true power of a 7th grade spirit treasure, he could still use it to fight against a rebirth realm cultivator at the rebirth realm. The cultivators from the various districts looked at Ning Qi with envy. Just this one spirit treasure was something that they might never have in their lifetime. Ning Qi, follow Elder Yunhai. He will bring you to the Sky Treasure Pavilion. The Secretary General smiled at Ning Qi. With a 7th grade primordial spirit treasure, the mission in the absolute beginning land would be much easier. Follow me. Yunhai smiled. Yes. In the steam world, in a certain corner, an enormous palace suddenly appeared. Around the time it took to finish a pot of tea, a figure walked out from it. Immemorial Star Pavilion, Jiang Tianshu. Pei Yuanqing's face was filled with hatred. Although he was not sure if Ning Qi had borrowed a knife to kill him, it was the only clue. This time, when he was killed by Ning Qi, he had used countless treasures hidden in the immortal palace to reform his body so quickly. However, his cultivation had dropped by a small level and was now only at the rebirth realm. At the same time, he had lost too much blood essence. In the future, his cultivation speed would also be affected. Chapter 3584. Immemorial Star Pavilion. Alcade Star Palace. Pei Yuanqing didn't report his identity as a boundless cultivator. Instead, he used his other identity, Tiandu Sec's direct disciple, and directly came to the main peak's guest hall. Senior Brother Jiang is busy and can't meet you. Please forgive him. After waiting for a few hours, a servant disciple walked in front of Pei Yuanqing and whispered. Pei Yuanqing was startled, then he sneered. Busy? Since that's the case, tell him that I'm a boundless cultivator and suspect that your senior brother Jiang is a member of the Dark Parliament. If I don't show myself, next time it won't just be me. When the boundless cultivator army arrives, you won't have the chance to regret it anymore. Boundless cultivator? That servant disciple was stunned for a moment. When he looked at Pei Yuanqing again, there was already a trace of shock in his gaze. With his status as a servant disciple, boundless border cultivators were only a type of rumor to him. He had heard of them before, but he had never truly seen them before, because boundless cultivators were secretive and kept a low profile. Senior brother, are you really a boundless cultivator? The servant disciple said in disbelief. In Shenluo realm, does anyone dare to pretend to be a boundless cultivator? Pei Yuanqing looked coldly at the servant disciple. But how can senior brother Jiang be a Dark Parliament cultivator? Forget it. Junior brother will go send the message. The servant disciple wanted to defend Jiang Tianshu, but when he met Pei Yuanqing's cold gaze, his heart trembled, and he quickly went to send the message. 10 breaths later, Jiang Tianshu came to the guest hall surrounded by many direct disciples. The moment he arrived, his aura immediately locked onto Pei Yuanqing. You're Jiang Tianshu? Pei Yuanqing stood up and looked coldly at Jiang Tianshu, his eyes filled with judgment. That's me. Who are you? Jiang Tianshu looked at Pei Yuanqing. Tiandu Sect direct disciple Pei Yuanqing. Pei Yuanqing's eyes narrowed. I heard from the people below that you call yourself a boundless cultivator and say I'm a member of the Dark Parliament. If you don't give me an explanation, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of Alcade Star Palace. Jiang Tianshu said indifferently. Some time ago, I met a dark cultivator who called himself Jiang Tianshu. He also had traces of the ancient star body. Tell me, was he you? Pei Yuanqing sneered. You dare to threaten the endless border cultivators? Is it because the Supreme Saint Council has been too quiet all these years that you think the ancient star pavilion is a top power and no one can do anything to you? Jiang Tianshu's direct disciples looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. No matter how strong the ancient star system pavilion was, it couldn't compare to the Holy Assembly. After all, Rumor had it that the representatives of the Holy Assembly were far beyond the Emperor realm. Those at the seventh step were the true rulers of God Luo realm, and no one knew their true identities. However, the power of the Holy Assembly had spread across the heavens. For example, the ancient star pavilion might have boundless realm cultivators that belonged to the Holy Assembly. They could really be called the number one force in Shenlua world. You actually believe in this kind of trick of borrowing a knife to kill someone? I am starting to wonder if you are a boundless realm cultivator. Jiang Tianshu said with an indifferent expression. I don't care if he is borrowing a knife to kill someone. He is definitely a cultivator of your ancient star system pavilion. I want to see this person within 3 days. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible. Pei Yuanqing sneered. Scram. Jiang Tianshu said indifferently. What did you say? Pei Yuanqing's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a stern voice. I told you to scram. Did you hear me? Jiang Tianshu frowned. Do you know that I am a boundless realm cultivator? Pei Yuanqing was furious. I know, because I am also a boundless realm cultivator. Jiang Tianshu said indifferently. You are also. What did you say? Pei Yuanqing was about to scold him, but he suddenly reacted and looked at Jiang Tianshu in shock. Jiang Tianshu coldly glanced at Pei Yuanqing, and a mark suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. This mark looked like a round table, and there were 7 figures sitting around it. This time, even the direct disciples that came with Jiang Tianshu were startled. The Alcade Star Palace's chief disciple was a boundless realm cultivator? There was a flash of disbelief in Pei Yuanqing's eyes. After a few breaths of time, he recovered and bowed toward Jiang Tianshu with an embarrassed expression. So you are also a colleague. I was impolite just now. Scram. Jiang Tianshu said indifferently. Yes. Pei Yuanqing pondered for a while before turning around and leaving. Reporting my name and wanting to kill someone with a borrowed knife. I haven't offended anyone recently. You guys check if there is anyone in the Alcade Star Palace who isn't in the sect and has a rank 7 ancient star body or above. Jiang Tianshu let out a cold snort. Those direct disciples looked at him with even more respect than usual. Someone immediately went to check, and in less than half an hour, that person came back with a few clues. Jiang Tianshu looked at these clues and pondered for a while. His eyes suddenly lit up and a name appeared in front of him. When these people broke through, someone personally witnessed them, so they can be ruled out. However, this child broke through several realms after entering the ancient star palace, but no one saw him. He hasn't been in the sect during this period of time, and his ancient star body is at least rank 7. His ancient star body is at least rank 7. I'm afraid he's a spy from the Dark Parliament. Jiang Tianshu pointed at one of the names. It's this person? The direct disciples looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that Jiang Tianshu's analysis was reasonable. Ning Qi's background is indeed strange, and his cultivation level is also very strange. It's very likely that he's a dark cultivator. Yuqi Jinjin, go and thoroughly investigate all the cultivators related to this child. If you find any clues, immediately report back. Jiang Tianshu suddenly ordered. Yuqi Jinjin, who had been silent, immediately bowed. Yes, senior brother. At the same time, Ning Qi was following Yun Hai to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the headquarters of the Dark Assembly. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was personally built by the Dark Assembly. It had magical treasures, medicinal pills, cultivation methods, and everything you could think of. They were all used to reward dark cultivators who performed meritorious deeds. It was rare for it to be opened, but this time it directly opened the 7th floor. Chapter 3585. Sword Dao Grandmaster. Ning Qi let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Yun Hai clearly thought that he was the one who had controlled the four swords, but in reality, it was the four swords themselves. Hence, Ning Chi's gaze was not on the three flying swords, but on a nearby place. There was a cultivation technique that immediately attracted Ning Chi's attention. 9 Hell Treasure Forging Technique. He vaguely remembered that the little gourd had once told him that there was a type of person in the Shenluo world called Spirit Treasure Masters, which were equivalent to the weapon refiners in the immortal world. But unlike weapon refiners, Spirit Treasure Masters did not refine Dharma treasures, but could help raise the grade of connate spirit treasures. It was just that Ning Chi had not met a single person like this in the hundreds of years he had been in the Shenluo world. This showed how rare they were, and the 2 words at the front of the 9 Hell Treasure Forging Technique made Ning Chi instantly think of the 9 Hell Tempering Technique. Could there be a connection between the two? Elder Yun Hai, may I ask what this 9 Hell Treasure refining art is? Ning Chi suddenly asked. Yun Hai was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously looked at the 9 Hell Treasure Forging Technique and smiled. You mean this? A cultivation technique that lacks the front part. If the front part can be filled in, it would at least be placed on the 9th floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. In fact, it might not even appear in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It's so valuable. Ning Chi was taken aback. You should have heard of Spirit Treasure Masters, right? Yun Hai seemed to have a good impression of Ning Chi, so he very patiently explained, there are several types of cultivators in the Shenluo world. The majority of cultivators belong to the same type, which focuses on cultivation. However, some cultivators do not have much talent in cultivation. Hence, Heavenly Genesis Masters, Spirit Treasure Masters, Pill Refiners, and so on. Among them, Heavenly Genesis Masters and Spirit Treasure Masters are the rarest. The former can rely on their Heaven Genesis techniques and do not need to worry about cultivation resources. Even if their talent is slightly lower than others, with endless cultivation resources, they can still achieve something. I heard that your Heaven Genesis technique is extremely powerful. Yun Hai glanced at Ning Chi with a smile that did not seem like a smile and continued, It's just that the inheritance of Heaven Genesis techniques has always been extremely rare, so there are very few Heavenly Genesis Masters. However, Spirit Treasure Masters are even rarer than Heavenly Genesis Masters because they have the Midas Touch technique, the grade of an innate spiritual treasure. Such an existence would only appear in the primordial lands. That place is the center of the Shenluo world. Ancient land. Ning Chi was slightly startled. The ancient land that Yun Hai mentioned should be a place similar to Tai Li Tai Chu. However, to be able to be called the center of God Luo world, there should be many geniuses and various big sects gathered there. Up until now, Ning Chi had never seen such a place. An apex race. In fact, the headquarters of the Holy Saint Council might very well be in the immemorial era. The strongest spiritual treasure master I've seen can upgrade a spiritual treasure below the 3rd grade to the 6th grade. Rumor has it that there are 3 spiritual treasure masters in the primordial lands, and they are known as spiritual treasure grandmasters. Their Midas Touch technique is almost legendary, and they can make spiritual treasures below the 3rd grade. Upgrade my primordial spiritual treasure to the 9th grade. Yun Hai sighed. Doesn't that mean they have an endless supply of 9th grade primordial spiritual treasures? Ning Chi was stunned. That's where you're wrong. I heard that the price needed is also very high. To upgrade a 3rd grade primordial spiritual treasure to the 9th grade, the difficulty is probably beyond our imagination. Moreover, the power of a primordial spiritual treasure that is upgraded is lower than a natural one. Apart from that, the higher the grade of a primordial spiritual treasure, the more difficult it is to upgrade it. The difficulty increases exponentially. Therefore, most spiritual treasure masters will start with primordial spiritual treasures of the 1st to the 3rd grade. Yun Hai smiled. Back then, I was also determined to become a spiritual treasure master. Unfortunately, I was born with no talent in this area. Not to mention upgrading a grade, it's difficult to even strengthen a spiritual treasure by little. Elder Yun Hai, what are the requirements to become a spiritual treasure master? You're interested in being a spiritual treasure master. Yun Hai glanced at Ning Qi, then at the nine-hell treasure refining technique. He smiled. To become a spiritual treasure master, it's easy to say. The nine-hell treasure refining technique is a cultivation technique that can make one a spiritual treasure master. However, there's a prerequisite. If you can't meet this requirement, even if you spend countless years studying it, you'll only become a trash spiritual treasure master. This kind of spiritual treasure master is quite common in the primordial land. They can upgrade a first-grade primordial spiritual treasure master to the second grade. This prerequisite is that you must have the emperor bone, the bone of a great emperor. The stronger the great emperor's bone, the more outstanding the spiritual treasure master you can become. The 3 spiritual treasure grandmasters in the primordial land are publicly recognized as the reincarnations of great emperors. Only by finding their corpses can you become a spiritual treasure grandmaster. If you can find the emperor bone and fuse it into your body, you'll have some achievements in this path. Otherwise, don't step onto this path. It will waste too much of your time and energy. If your heart isn't stable, you'll have a calamity on your path of cultivation. Yun Hai said, Emperor Bone, Ning Qi muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt a special feeling coming from his right pinky finger. At this moment, Ning Qi seemed to be blessed. The bone of his right pinky was pure gold. Back in the Star Pavilion on the main peak of the ancient Star Pavilion, he had flown over from Lu Zhujuan's body. It was also because of this tailbone that Ning Qi was able to fight against untainted land. He had completed the system's advancement mission. Could it be that this tailbone is the Emperor Bone? If so, then I have the prerequisite to become a spiritual treasure master. Ning Qi thought to himself. As for whether or not it was as he thought, he could only find out by testing it out. Elder Yun Hai, can I exchange for the 9-hell treasure refining technique? Ning Qi asked. You want to exchange for the 9-hell treasure refining technique? Yun Hai was stunned for a moment. It is an incomplete cultivation method. Even if you comprehend something from it, you may not become a spiritual treasure master. After all, even existences at the level of the Secretary General and Elder Tudwa may not be able to find the Emperor Bone. The biggest possibility is to become a spiritual treasure master who can upgrade a grade 1 primordial spirit treasure to a grade 2 primordial spirit treasure. A grade 7 flying sword can at least increase your combat power by several times. His words were very obvious. He wanted to tell Ning Qi that choosing a grade 7 spirit treasure was definitely more cost-effective than choosing the 9-hell treasure refining technique. Elder Yun Hai, I have made up my mind. If it doesn't violate the rules of the council, I hope to obtain the 9-hell treasure refining technique. Ning Qi smiled, his eyes firm. No. Yun Hai shook his head. This is not my original intention. Your swordsmanship is extraordinary. As a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator, you were able to break the palm of a 5th step cultivator. If you can match it with a grade 7 flying sword, you can even fight against an undead realm cultivator. But you are only at the Heaven's Mandate Realm. When you break through to the Rebirth Realm, I'm afraid your combat power will be even stronger. No matter what, I cannot delay you. After a pause, he said, choose one of these 3 flying swords. As for the 9-hell treasure refining technique, I will exchange my battle achievements for a copy. It's decided. Chapter 3586. After Ning Qi left the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he returned to his residence in the headquarters of the 5th District. Xian Yuanlin was like a Taoist child guarding the cave abode. He did not dare to leave because he did not dare to. The longer he stayed in the covenant of darkness, the more he understood. What kind of place was this? Even a fifth-step cultivator would not be able to leave the headquarters without a way out, let alone a rebirth state cultivator. You're back. Xian Yuanlin stood up and greeted Ning Qi with a smile. Unexpectedly, Ning Qi ignored him and went straight into another stone room. The smile on Xian Yuanlin's face suddenly became stiff, and then he looked at Ning Qi's back angrily. I'm going out for a walk. Xian Yuanlin suddenly said, Go ahead, don't stay overnight. You must be back before dark. Ning Qi's voice came from the stone room. You're not my father. Why are you so strict with me? Xian Yuanlin muttered to himself and quickly left the cave dwelling. In the past few years, he had made some good friends who seemed to be the same age as him. However, those good friends did not know that Xian Yuanlin was a rebirth state cultivator. In the stone room, Ning Qi took out a flying sword. Once the sword appeared, the entire stone room was filled with sword qi, surging on the stone walls like a tidal wave. This sword was called Spring Dawn. No one knew who gave it this name, but it had been in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion for many years. As a 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure, its power was extraordinary. Other than being used to kill enemies, it also had a magical power called So Close, Yet Worlds Apart. However, Ning Qi's cultivation was too low. To fully unleash its power, he had to at least reach the undead state. Spring Dawn suddenly emitted a layer of misty light. After a few breaths, the sword distorted and gradually changed shape, turning into a woman in yellow in front of Ning Qi. You're the sword spirit of this sword? Ning Qi looked at the woman in yellow and smiled. He had already refined Spring Dawn with the help of Yunhai, so he was not afraid that the sword spirit would hurt him. Yes, the woman in yellow looked at Ning Qi from head to toe. Although she was disappointed, she still nodded and said coldly, Well, don't show yourself without my permission in the future. Ning Qi said lightly, I have something to discuss with you. The yellow-clothed woman was stunned for a moment, then said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, What is it? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Before I was stranded in this place, I once followed an undead realm powerhouse, but he was later killed. He left behind an underground palace, which contained his life's harvest. I know where this underground palace is. If you promise to set me free, I will take it with me. You are to proceed, the yellow-clothed woman said in a low voice. Oh, Ning Qi nodded. And then, the yellow-clothed woman was taken aback. Did you agree? Why should I agree? Do you think a mere undead realm's treasure can catch my eye? Ning Qi smiled. Then what do you want? The yellow-clothed woman frowned deeply. I don't want to do anything. You're my connate numinous treasure now. What you should do and what you can do is naturally up to me, not you. Remember this, or I'll send you back to the Heavenly Treasures Pavilion to exchange for another flying sword. I chose you back then. I chose you at that time. The other 2 flying swords were obviously disappointed. You've been there for many years, haven't you? Ning Qi said with a smile. The yellow-clothed woman opened her mouth, but in the end, she chose to shut up. After a few seconds, she turned into a flying sword again, floating in front of Ning Qi. But Ning Qi knew that under the facade of submission, there was a heart of unwillingness. But what did that have to do with him? Putting away the flying sword Spring Dawn, Ning Qi took out the 9-hell treasure forging technique. But it was not the original version, but the version that Yunhai had copied from his own battle achievements. Ning Qi could not help but sigh again. What a good person. This time he not only obtained a 7th grade connate numinous treasure, but also a copy of the 9-hell treasure forging technique. It was a great harvest. Before this, Ning Qi's demon purification gourd could barely be called 7th grade, but its power was actually 6th grade. His eyes focused on the copy of the 9-hell treasure forging technique, and a glimmer of hope rose in Ning Qi's heart. If he could gain something from the 9-hell treasure forging technique, It might be possible to upgrade the demon purification gourd to 7th grade, or even 8th grade, the same grade as Jiang Tianshu. With this thought in mind, Ning Qi slowly opened the copy of the 9 Hell Treasure forging technique. The sentence that appeared in front of him made his expression become extremely strange. He had never seen this sentence before, but he was extremely familiar with it. If he repeated it a few times, he would be able to link it perfectly, just like the chant for the 9th level of the 9 Hell Treasure forging technique. Elder Yunhai said that it is incomplete and that the front part is missing. Could it be that the missing part is the 9 Hell Treasure forging technique? But the 9 Hell Treasure forging technique belongs to the Shenluo realm. So why did the front part of the chant end up with the system? Ning Qi's expression became slightly serious, adding on the fact that the system's advancement mission was related to the ancient Star Pavilion. He could not help but make a guess. The origin of the system was most likely related to the Shenluo realm. Thinking about it carefully, it could only be the Shenluo realm. Only an almighty being could create such a bug-level existence, like the system, right? After the surprise, Ning Qi began to carefully read the 9 Hell artifact forging chant and tried to cultivate it at the same time. He didn't realize that when he was chanting the 9 Hell artifact forging chant, his right tailbone was slowly emitting a faint golden light. Shen Yuanlin, I'm warning you. My family's ancestor is the commander of many divisions. If you dare to offend us again, I'll tell my ancestor to kill you. You bastard without parents. A red-faced youth was standing in front of a group of similarly angry youths. He was pointing at Shen Yuanlin's nose and scolding him. There were also many youths around the same age watching. Behind Shen Yuanlin stood 3 men and 2 women. They looked about the same age as Shen Yuanlin, and their faces were filled with fear. This was a square in the Dark Parliament's headquarters that was specially used for the younger generation to fight. Many people like to come here to have fun, so naturally there would be a lot of disputes. Shen Yuanlin coldly looked at the other party. After hearing the other party's vicious curses, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Shen Yuanlin scolded, I don't care if your ancestor is the commander of many divisions or whatever. Sun Yan and the others are my friends. If you dare to bully them again, I'll beat you until your parents can't recognize you. That slap was just a warning. Go to hell. When the other party heard Shen Yuanlin's words, he was instantly enraged and charged at Shen Yuanlin. However, how could a mere second step cultivator be a match for Shen Yuanlin, who was at the early stage of the rebirth realm? Chapter 3587. Shen Yuanlin were all dark cultivators. How dare you be so vicious? Do you know that Brother Qingran is the grandson of many commanders? If he dies, even Sun Yan and the others you're protecting won't be able to live, let alone you. A group of nervous-looking guys immediately surrounded the young man who was almost suffocated by Shen Yuanlin's slap. Seeing that the young man was exhaling more than he was inhaling, one of them suddenly showed a shocked and angry expression. He pointed at Shen Yuanlin and shouted. The others wanted to scold him too, but they didn't dare to open their mouths when they met Shen Yuanlin's gaze. Shen Yuanlin had only appeared in recent years and had a bad temper. He was already quite famous among the youths here because no one knew his cultivation level. Some suspected that he was in the ancient state. Some suspected that he was in the Tao querying state, but no one expected him to be in the early rebirth state. Which rebirth state cultivator would be so bored as to hang out with him? The 3 men and 2 women behind Shen Yuanlin were frightened by his words. One of them, a young man with acne all over his face, whispered, Brother Shen Yuanlin, if Qingran dies, his patriarch will definitely come looking for us. Should we leave first? Leave here and think of something else? The old one will come out after we beat the young one. What's the big deal? We're the ones in the right, so why should we leave? Since he wants to dominate the market and bully the weak, even if I beat him to death, his patriarch wouldn't say anything. Shen Yuanlin said calmly, Commander? Haha, he's also a rebirth state cultivator. In Xian Yuanlin's eyes, these rebirth state cultivators weren't even worth mentioning. They were much older than him and only at the rebirth state. They wouldn't even be qualified to run errands for him back in the Xianyuan celestial sect. Sun Yan and the others were stunned by Xian Yuanlin's words. They were a little nervous. Their backgrounds couldn't compare to Qingran's. The strongest person in their family was only at the destiny state, while Qingran's patriarch was a commander of many divisions. An existence at the rebirth realm. If something were to happen to Qingran today, none of them would be able to escape. As for Xian Yuanlin, Sun Yan and the others looked at Xian Yuanlin with complicated looks on their faces. They were truly grateful for the care he had shown them over the past few years. But how could a mere junior like Xian Yuanlin compete with the great commanders of the various tribes? What's more, they've done nothing to Xian Yuanlin. I'm also very confused. It's very likely that Xian Yuanlin doesn't even have a family. Brother Xian Yuanlin, I'm sorry, Sun Yan suddenly said in a low voice. Xian Yuanlin was slightly stunned. Before he could react, Sun Yan had already run to Qingran's side. He looked extremely nervous as he checked on Qingran's injuries. At the same time, he called for the others to bring out healing elixirs. The other 2 men and 2 women only hesitated for a moment before following. They didn't dare to look at Xian Yuanlin's expression. At this moment, Xian Yuanlin had been abandoned. The young man on Qingran's side stared at Xian Yuanlin mockingly after recovering from his shock. Qingran was injured by Xian Yuanlin, so since Sun Yan and the others were on their side, they did not plan to pursue the matter. Xian Yuanlin was slightly stunned. Then he revealed a look of self-mockery. He smiled and turned to leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, dozens of young men appeared in a flash. They surrounded Xian Yuanlin and stopped him. They were originally here to watch. But when they saw that Xian Yuanlin was about to leave, they immediately stopped him. Qingran's background was not to be underestimated. If they could make use of this opportunity to build a relationship with Qingran, it would be of great help to their future development. Isn't this? Many people were attracted by the commotion. When one of them saw Xian Yuanlin, he was slightly stunned. He looked around, and when he knew what was happening, he immediately turned and flew in the direction of the headquarters of the 5th district. You guys want to stop me? A bunch of trash. Xian Yuanlin sneered. He didn't seem to do anything, but the dozens of young men who stopped him were sent flying. They couldn't fight back at all. A cultivator of the 2nd step was like an ant to a cultivator of the 4th step of the rebirth realm. They couldn't be compared at all. This guy is quite strong. Tao querying realm? He looks so young. Which family is he from? I'm not sure. I've never seen this person before. He looks unfamiliar. Do any of you know him? I don't know him. But he should have some fame if he has the cultivation of the Tao querying realm at such a young age. Maybe he is a dark cultivator from another district. No matter what his background is, unless he has a cultivator of the 5th step as his backer, I'm afraid he won't be able to walk out of the headquarters after seriously injuring the direct descendants of the commanders. Among the onlookers, there were already many cultivators of the Tao querying realm. There were also the young men of the Immortal Palace. One of the young men of the Immortal Palace seemed to have thought of something. He immediately flew out and landed in front of Xian Yuanlin. He said calmly, "You can't leave." "Why?" Xian Yuanlin looked at him with a faint smile. "You hurt the direct descendants of the commanders for no reason. If you want to leave, you have to wait for the commanders to agree. Are you clear?" The young man of the Immortal Palace sneered, but there was a trace of complacency in his eyes. The others looked at this scene, dumbfounded. Then there was regret in their eyes. Why didn't they think of using this opportunity to please the commanders of the various divisions? Are you trying to please them by distorting the truth? Xian Yuanlin's eyes gradually surged with anger. He didn't take them seriously anymore. At this moment, because of the constant provocation of these ants, he was filled with murderous intent. A faint murderous intent exuded from Xian Yuanlin's body and filled the air. Seeing this, everyone frowned. But at this moment, a figure suddenly broke through the air and landed next to Qing Ran. With a gentle wave of his hand, a force entered Qing Ran's body. Then, Qing Ran's injuries recovered in an instant. "Greetings, Patriarch!" As soon as Qing Ran opened his eyes and saw the figure, he immediately got up from the ground and kowtowed. His expression was respectful and excited. "Greetings, commanders of the various divisions!" Seeing this, even the cultivators who didn't know the commanders of the various divisions knew who he was. They all cupped their hands and bowed. The commanders of the various divisions looked to be in their 40s. He had a mustache and his eyes were bright. He glanced at Xian Yuanlin indifferently. "Did you hurt my grandson?" "So what if I did?" Xian Yuanlin looked coldly at the commanders of the various divisions. He wasn't afraid because the other party was in the rebirth realm. He still retained a trace of arrogance that came from the Xian Yuan immortal sect. "Who is your elder?" Chapter 3588. Are you telling the truth? Many commanders looked at Qing Ran coolly. Qing Ran hurriedly said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask my playmates." Many chiefs. Brother Qing Ran's words are absolutely true. This guy has been bullying his peers for the past few years. Just now, Brother Qing Ran was almost beaten to death by him. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sun Yan and the others. They are very close to this guy. Someone said immediately. At the same time, the immortal palace prodigy stepped forward with a fawning smile. "Many chiefs, I am the young master of the Wu family in the 5th district, Wu Zhihao. I can testify for Brother Qing Ran." A cultivator at the perfected Tao querying realm was calling a second step cultivator Brother Qing Ran. Many Tao querying realm cultivators were disdainful. If Ning Qi was here, he would definitely recognize this young man who called himself the young master of the Wu family in the 5th district. It was the dashing young man who had been beaten to death by him back in the 5th district. Many chiefs nodded at Wu Hao, then looked at Sun Yan and the others. "Why aren't you telling the truth to many chiefs?" A young man glared at Sun Yan. Xian Yuanlin didn't make a sound. He looked at Sun Yan indifferently. Sun Yan didn't dare to meet Xian Yuanlin's eyes. After a few moments of hesitation, he nodded solemnly. Brother Qing Ran's words are the truth. Many chiefs smirked and looked at Xian Yuanlin. So arrogant and despotic at such a young age. You really are an uneducated kid. You're just distorting the truth. Xian Yuanlin said indifferently. The evidence and witnesses are here. How can you distort the truth? You kneel down. Many chiefs said indifferently. I can kneel to the heavens, to the earth, to my parents, but you want me to kneel? What right do you have? Xian Yuanlin sneered. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. This brat was too audacious. He even dared to talk back to so many commanders. Now, they believed Qing Ran's words. If it wasn't for the fact that he was arrogant and despotic, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a clan behind him to guide him, or for the fact that he didn't have any elders to guide him, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. How did he develop such a temperament? They looked at Xian Yuanlin with a hint of sympathy and a hint of schadenfreude. There was no lack of arrogant people among the dark cultivators, but these guys would always be taught a lesson. Just because you are a hero of the headquarters and a rebirth state expert. If you don't kneel down now, don't blame me for being impolite. Wu Zhihao looked at Xian Yuanlin coldly and shouted. As expected of a bastard with no upbringing, many commanders sighed softly. However, an undisguised killing intent emanated from their bodies, causing all the cultivators present to feel chills down their spines and their hairs to stand on end. Who said that he has no upbringing? A cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. Then, two figures broke through the air one after the other and landed beside Xian Yuanlin. The one in the lead was Ning Qi, and the figure one step behind was a Karma Realm cultivator who had seen Shen Yuanlin in trouble and immediately went to send a message to Ning Qi. He had been in the Heavenly Source Stone Market for many years. He had been there when Ning Qi and Zhe Duo made a bet of 10 billion and became a guardian of the Heavenly Source Pavilion. He recognized that Shen Yuanlin had been with Ning Qi at that time. It's him. Many cultivators were surprised and bewildered. Ning Qi wasn't as famous as the commanders, and many people didn't know what he looked like. However, Ning Qi's terrifying aptitude had long been engraved in people's hearts. He had become the chicken soup for the soul for many young cultivators. In just a few hundred years, Ning Qi had transformed from a genius of the divine palace to the peak of the fate state. Such an achievement was enough to make Ning Qi a rising star in the hearts of the dark cultivators. Ning Qi's reputation would surpass that of many commanders if the episode at the promotion ceremony was made known to the public. "Stand behind me," Ning Qi said to Shen Yuanlin. Shen Yuanlin looked at Ning Qi in a daze, then nodded and stood behind Ning Qi obediently. Those cultivators who recognized Ning Qi gasped in their hearts when they saw this scene. So he's that guy's backer. "I'm afraid Commander Duo won't have a good time today." Everyone had a strange look on their faces. There was one person who couldn't stop trembling at this moment. Wu Zhihao looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. His eyes were filled with terror. Starting from his shoulders, the rest of his body was completely out of his control and started to tremble continuously. "He's not a bastard." Shock flashed across Qing Ran's eyes. He glanced at the many commanders and sighed in relief. With so many commanders here today, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage no matter what. Sun Yan and the others who had been friends with Shen Yuanlin for years were also surprised. They had never heard Shen Yuanlin mention that he had someone backing him up. But then again, that person's cultivation shouldn't be as high as Commander Duo's, right? "Who are you to him?" Commander Duo frowned. He felt that this fate state cultivator was a stranger. They had never seen him before. "Me? I guess you could say I'm his guardian." Ning Qi smiled. Shen Yuanlin's lips moved slightly. He was about to refute, but he closed his mouth for some reason. He looked at Ning Qi's back with a trace of anger in his eyes, but there was also a trace of inexplicable meaning. The Shen Yuan immortal sect had been destroyed long ago, and his parents had also died a long time ago. It could be said that Shen Yuanlin had no relatives in this world. Ning Qi suddenly claimed to be his parent, which made Shen Yuanlin, who was inexperienced in the world, suddenly feel a little touched. "Since you're his guardian, why didn't you teach him well? Why did you let him bully his peers? It seems that you're also an arrogant person. Kneel down with him." Commander Duo said calmly. "Shen Yuanlin is arrogant, stupid, and ignorant." Ning Qi pointed out Shen Yuanlin's shortcomings. Shen Yuanlin looked at Ning Qi in shock. When everyone thought that Ning Qi was going to admit defeat, Ning Qi suddenly changed the topic. He looked at the commanders with bright eyes, but Shen Yuanlin is too arrogant, stupid, and ignorant. However, he won't bully the weak. After a pause, he continued, "If he really did bully them, none of the juniors here would be able to survive. Do you think they would have a chance to wait for you to support them? So, you've distorted the truth and bullied my juniors. I'll settle this score with you. Let's start with you." Ning Qi grinned and pointed at Wu Zhihao. "I spared your life in the 5th zone. I didn't expect you to come to the headquarters to court death." Chapter 3589. Wu Zhihao was very worried. He came to the headquarters just to find a way to get promoted in the next session. He did not expect that he would get into trouble with Ning Qi's gun again. He was already very regretful in his heart. When the commanders saw Wu Zhihao kneeling so decisively, a trace of doubt arose in their hearts. "I'll give you a chance. Tell us what happened earlier," Ning Qi said calmly. "Junior doesn't know," Wu Zhihao said honestly. Before Ning Qi could get angry, He pointed at Sun Yen and the others. They must know. Junior just happened to pass by and doesn't know anything about what happened. All right, you guys can speak then. Ning Qi looked at Sun Yen and the others. Sun Yen and the others exchanged glances before turning to look at the other generals, not daring to make a sound. Sun Yen, tell us everything you know. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. A few figures passed through the crowd and stood beside Ning Qi. It was Sun Shu, Shi Xiaoye, Meng Yunze, and Niao Yu. The one who shouted was Sun Shu. He, who was usually carefree and always had a smile on his face, was now filled with sternness. Fifth uncle? Sun Yen looked at Sun Shu dumbfounded. He didn't expect Sun Shu to appear in such a situation. Don't call me fifth uncle. If you don't tell us what happened today, I'll chase you out of the family. Sun Shu shouted. Sun Yen stared in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Then he looked at Ning Qi and suddenly thought of a rumor about Sun Shu. He sucked in a cold breath and looked back at Ning Qi. Could it be that he... Thinking about it, Sun Yen hesitated for only a few breaths of time before explaining everything in full detail. When everyone heard that Qing Ran had bullied someone of the same generation, and that Xian Yuanlin couldn't stand it and had taught him a lesson, they looked back at the officers of the various tribes. They looked at Sun Yen with a strange expression. Qing Ran looked at Sun Yen with an ashen face. His eyes shone with a sinister light like that of a wolf. The other generals didn't say anything and listened until the end. When Sun Yen finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Little brat, once threatened, you speak without thinking. The truth is right here. Those who framed my juniors, step forward. I won't kill you. I'll just teach you a lesson." Ning Qi smiled. Wu Zhihao almost fainted when he heard what Ning Qi said. He had already experienced Ning Qi's so-called gentle lesson. In the 5th Division, even those low-class people were talking about how he was stripped naked by Ning Qi and hung up until he fainted on the ground. If he were to do it again, would there be a place for him in this vast world? Impudent, many commanders were finally angered by Ning Qi. He glared at Ning Qi. "You're just a fate state cultivator. How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of me? Who are you going to teach a lesson to today? Who do you dare teach a lesson to? It's because of old farts like you that you can teach your descendants to bully their peers. Today, not only will I teach them a lesson, I will also teach you a lesson." A dim light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. With a thought, he summoned Spring Dawn. As soon as the 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure appeared, the surrounding air was instantly filled with sword qi. This is... Everyone's eyes flashed with a hint of horror. They were completely suppressed by Spring Dawn's aura. It was as if even walking had become an extremely difficult task. Only the cultivators in the karma state could barely move under Spring Dawn's aura. 7th grade spiritual treasure? Many commanders stared at Spring Dawn in disbelief. How could a fate state cultivator have a 7th grade spiritual treasure? This was already a killing weapon that could threaten a rebirth state expert, even at the headquarters of the Covenant of Darkness. The existence of such a grade of spiritual treasure was basically an undead realm powerhouse. Who are you? Many commanders stared at Ning Qi. Qing Ran and the others behind him were also shocked. They never expected that the person behind Xian Yuanlin could have such a spiritual treasure. If it weren't for the aura of the commanders, the aura of a 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure could easily kill those cultivators at the 2nd step. You don't need to know. Spring Dawn, suppress him, Ning Qi said calmly. After hearing the order, Chen Zhao's body instantly bloomed with a terrifying flame. At this moment, many of the commanders couldn't help but take a step back. A Tier 7 connate spiritual treasure was a great killing weapon that could threaten a 5th step Undying Realm cultivator. Yet it was only a single round. Even a cultivator at the full circle of the rebirth state would pale in comparison. There was no time to think. Many commanders immediately used their methods, wanting to withstand Chun Zhao's sword. Once they did, with such a huge commotion, there would definitely be people coming to stop them. Chronopalm. Many commanders slammed their palms forward, shattering the space layer by layer. An extremely terrifying aura rushed towards Spring Dawn. However, the flames on Spring Dawn's body instantly multiplied and enveloped the aura of many commanders. Boom! After a loud noise, many commanders were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They were already half kneeling on the ground. Suppress him again, Ning Qi said expressionlessly. Boom! All of them dropped to their knees, unwilling expressions on their faces as they glared at Ning Qi. You! Suppress him again, Ning Qi said calmly. Boom! Many commanders knelt on the ground with their hands on the ground. Everyone finally witnessed the terror of the primordial spiritual treasure. In their opinion, it was all thanks to the primordial spiritual treasure that a heaven's mandate state cultivator could suppress a cultivator at the full circle of the rebirth state so easily. However, they didn't know that even if an ordinary heaven's mandate state cultivator could make Spring Dawn use her sword, the power of her sword wouldn't be able to suppress so many commanders in an instant, let alone Ning Qi, who could make 3 consecutive strikes. Furthermore, the surging spiritual energy in his body was enough for Spring Dawn to make 7 strikes. Left and right. Again, just as Ning Qi opened his mouth, a figure dashed over. Little brother Ning, please wait. Oh, it's Elder Hai Yun. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands when he saw the other party. He's a cultivator at the 5th step? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they bowed. However, there was a trace of doubt in their hearts. A cultivator at the 5th step addressed Ning Qi as Little Brother Ning. Their relationship seemed to be a little unusual. His relationship in the headquarters is really terrifying. Wu Zhihao looked at Yun Hai and Ning Qi dumbfounded. He suddenly felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't take advantage of the presence of so many commanders to speak rudely. Instead, he made a prompt decision to admit his defeat. Otherwise, he would probably have to suffer again. The torture in the 5th district. Grandmaster, many commanders stood up reluctantly and bowed respectfully when they saw Hai Yin. Grandmaster, Elder Hai Yin, is he your grand disciple? Ning Qi looked at Hai Yin with a strange expression. Did the flood the temple of the Dragon King? You good for nothing. Don't you know your grandson's character? Chapter 3590. Grandmaster. Many of the commanders looked at Hai Yin Elder in fear. What about you? Hai Yin Elder sneered. You are a rebirth state cultivator. You think you are in the right to meddle in the affairs of these kids? Qing Ran is not strong enough, but likes to bully his peers. If it wasn't for you supporting him, would he dare to do so? Many of the commanders were ashamed when they heard this. Qing Ran's eyes were filled with fear. He had a bad feeling about this. Not only that, you even lost to Little Brother Ning. Little Brother Ning is just a destiny state cultivator. A few hundred years ago, he was only at the Tao querying realm. How many years have you cultivated for? Hai Yin Elder sneered. A few hundred years, and he reached the destiny state? Could it be that person? Everyone looked at Ning Qi with shock in their eyes. Sun Yan looked as if he had eaten a mouthful of dog shit. He looked at Sun Shu, then at Ning Qi, and finally at Shen Yuanlin. Shen Yuanlin sensed that Sun Yan was looking at him, but he didn't care. He just glanced at Sun Yan indifferently. He looked at Hai Yin Elder with suspicion. This old man obviously has a good relationship with the commanders. Is he really going to do this, or is he going to stab me in the back? Only a few hundred years? The commanders finally guessed who Ning Qi was. Their eyes were filled with shock. Thinking about how he had been beaten by a junior in front of everyone to the point where he couldn't even raise his head, the commanders were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have come today. He no longer wanted to take revenge on Ningqi. Such a genius would definitely be noticed by the higher-ups in the headquarters. If he was killed by one of their own, no one would be able to escape. Little brother Ning, this useless, grand disciple of mine has always been arrogant because of his relationship with me. Today you taught him a lesson. I believe he will restrain himself in the future. Hai Yin Elder looked at Ningqi with a smile on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Just how good was Ningqi's relationship with Hai Yun for him to scold his own grand disciple in front of everyone? After scolding, he treated Ningqi in a completely different way. It was unimaginable. Elder Hai Yun is too polite. If I had known that he was your grand disciple, I would have waited for you to come before dealing with him. Ningqi laughed. You're welcome. Yunhai looked at Ningqi very seriously. Because you are his benefactor, he dared to attack you today. That is treason and heresy. If he wasn't the direct disciple of my dead son, then even if you killed him today, I wouldn't say a word. So the master of the many commanders was already dead? Moreover, he was Elder Haiyan's son? Everyone's expression became strange. Many of the commanders were taken aback and asked subconsciously, Grandmaster, how could he be my benefactor? Because he killed Pei Yuanqing. Your master was killed by Pei Yuanqing back then. If he hadn't died, then with his talent, his cultivation base would have surpassed mine in the past 40,000 years. Yun Hai coldly looked at the various commanders and said, You tell me, is little brother Ning your benefactor? What? He killed Pei Yuanqing? Commander Duo froze. After a breath of time, his eyes turned red and tears rolled down his cheeks. He looked at Ningqi with regret. Then, before anyone could react, Commander Duo suddenly kowtowed to Ningqi over a dozen times. If Ningqi didn't stop him, he would have kept kowtowing. You can kneel here. Yun Hai snorted and then smiled at Ningqi. Little brother Ning, let's go. Ningqi was a little embarrassed by Yun Hai's attitude. He looked at many commanders and saw that they were staring at the ground. He didn't move, and his eyes occasionally flashed with memories. Many commanders, Ningqi smiled. Elder Haiyan, forget it. It's not a big deal. A commander kneeling here. What will people say in the future? He made a mistake, and he should be punished. He offended his benefactor, so he will kneel for 7 days. Hai Yin Elder indifferently glanced at the commanders of the various tribes. Grandmaster, Teacher Ning, I am willing to be punished. Many commanders snapped out of his daze and looked at Yun Hai and Ningqi with determination. He even addressed Ningqi with the word teacher. Although he wasn't calling Ningqi master, having the word teacher behind his surname meant that he was treating Ningqi as someone on the same level as his master. The cultivators watching from the side saw that things had developed to this point. Their hearts kept sucking in cold air. They looked at Ningqi with awe. Thud. Qing Ran also knelt beside many commanders and then looked at Xian Yuanlin. Xian Yuanlin, I was wrong. Although he was afraid before, he never thought he was wrong. He even thought about getting revenge on Xian Yuanlin in the future. As for Ningqi, he naturally didn't dare. However, when he found out that Ningqi had avenged Commander Duo's master, the resentment in his heart immediately disappeared, leaving behind only gratitude. He was the most beloved descendant of Commander Duo, so he naturally knew how much Commander Duo felt towards his master. If it weren't for his discerning eyes, there wouldn't be today's commanders, and even more so, there wouldn't be today's many clans. Xian Yuanlin looked at Qing Ran. After a few moments of silence, he nodded. I forgive you. You better know that you were wrong. Yun Hai looked at Qing Ran. The person you humiliated is of the same level as your ancestor. You are still alive. He has already shown mercy. Don't harbor any hatred. What? Qing Ran wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Even many commanders lifted their heads and looked at Xian Yuanlin in shock. Sun Yan and the rest were shocked by Yun Haiyun's words. He is at the rebirth state? Sun Shu looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Ning Qi nodded, as if to match Haiyun Elder's words. Xian Yuanlin's body gradually emitted a trace of the rebirth state's aura. At this moment, everyone looked at Xian Yuanlin in shock. They were even more shocked than when they found out about Ning Qi's identity, because they could tell that Xian Yuanlin was really young. To reach the rebirth state at such a young age, there was a high chance that he would become one of the higher-ups of the Covenant of Darkness in the future. Elder Haiyun, I haven't seen these people for many years. Let's go catch up. Ning Qi looked at Sun Shu and the rest, then cupped his hands at Yun Hai. Go, it's the world of you young people now. I'm just an old bag of bones, I won't interfere. Elder Haiyun waved his hand. Sun Yan and the rest were filled with regret. They could only watch as Ning Qi brought Xian Yuanlin away with Sun Shu and the rest. Wu Zhihao, who hadn't said a word, heaved a sigh of relief. Then a voice rang in his ears. Kneel together with the other commanders. Chapter 3591. Ning Qi, Sun Shu, and the others arrived at a restaurant and asked for a private room. After ordering some dishes, they began to talk about what had happened in the past few years. When Sun Shu learned that Xian Yuanlin had actually been cut from a heavenly source stone, his face immediately revealed a shocked expression. God glanced at Xian Yuanlin from time to time with a face full of regret. If only I was there. I've never seen a heavenly source stone like this. Sun Shu couldn't help but beat his chest. Xian Yuanlin glanced at him and didn't say anything. Xian Yuan Immortal School. Why do I feel that it sounds familiar? Shi Xiaoye glanced at Xian Yuanlin with a trace of contemplation in her eyes. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly as she sucked in a cold breath. You've heard of Xian Yuan Immortal School. Xian Yuanlin looked at Shi Xiaoye and his expression changed. Even Ning Qi looked curiously at Shi Xiaoye. When Xue Qiu heard the word Xian Yuan Celestial Gate, he didn't seem to know anything. Who would have thought that Shi Xiaoye, a mere Karma Realm cultivator, would be interested in the Xian Yuan Celestial Gate? Was it a sect with the same name, or was it really the Xian Yuan Immortal School that Xian Yuanlin stayed in? I'm more interested in ancient matters, so I purposely collected a lot of books and jade slips related to these matters. I've also more or less understood some of the ancient matters. However, what I know is definitely only 1 in 10,000. As for this Xian Yuan Immortal School, I've indeed seen it in an ancient book. That book has a long history and is mostly damaged. I saw Xian Yuan Immortal School in 2 or 3 pages. When Shi Xiaoye said this, everyone noticed that Xian Yuanlin's breathing quickened. But perhaps it was because of his pride he still tried to keep calm. Xiaoye, continue. Tell us everything you know. Ning Qi smiled. Shi Xiaoye nodded with a trace of solemnity in her eyes. The ancient book only had a few words about the Xian Yuan Celestial School. But from the lines, one could tell that the Xian Yuan Celestial School was extremely powerful, even more powerful than us. It was even stronger than our Dark Parliament. Stronger than Dark Parliament? How is that possible? Sun Shu shook his head with a smile. I'm afraid the ancient book you're reading is just some random writing. Dream Cloud Zhe and Niao Yu looked at each other and agreed with Sun Shu's words even more. The Dark Parliament was already so powerful that it wasn't weaker than any of the top sects in the Tai Li land. They had been fighting against the supreme sacred parliament's boundless cultivators all year round and were even stronger than the Dark Parliament. Could he be at the same level as the Holy Council? This was absolutely impossible. If it's really my Xian Yuan Immortal School, then it's indeed stronger than your Dark Council. Xian Yuanlin looked at Sun Shu coldly and said. Sun Shu was slightly startled and looked at Ning Qi with the others, their eyes filled with inquiry. If he's not bragging, that's true. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Xian Yuanlin snorted. I won't brag about this kind of thing. Shi Xiaoye looked at Xian Yuanlin with a complicated expression. This was because he might be the only bloodline left behind from an extremely ancient and powerful inheritance. The ancient book once said that the old site of Xianyuan Immortal School is in our Taili land. Moreover, every year, countless cultivators would head there to pay their respects. There was no lack of great emperor experts among them. There were even some cultivators who were abandoned by the heavenly Tao and were unable to undergo tribulation. They would head to Xianyuan Immortal School to search for the method to undergo tribulation. Shi Xiaoye looked at Xian Yuanlin again. Although Xian Yuanlin's expression didn't change much, there was a flash of excitement in the depths of his eyes. Everyone was shocked. Cultivators who couldn't undergo tribulation. Could it be dark cultivators? They looked at Xian Yuanlin with shock in their eyes. What else did the ancient book say? Xian Yuanlin couldn't help but ask when he saw that Shi Xiaoye didn't speak for a long time. No, the latter part is already damaged. I can't see it. Shi Xiaoye shook her head. Didn't it say how the Xianyuan Immortal School was exterminated? And who was the culprit? Xian Yuanlin's tone was slightly hurried as he stared at Shi Xiaoye. No. Shi Xiaoye shook her head, but in the next second she reacted, annihilated. Such a powerful force didn't decline, but was annihilated? Isn't this a little too terrifying? Did the ancient book say where the old site of Xianyuan Immortal School is? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Yes, I did. That place matches the description in the ancient book. So I believe that what it said is true. Shi Xiaoye nodded. Xian Yuanlin's face was filled with excitement, but he didn't speak. He looked at Ning Qi. Let's go. Take us there. Ning Qi smiled and stood up. Xian Yuanlin's eyes flashed with emotion. Shi Xiaoye nodded. She naturally wouldn't reject such a small request. However, the shortest way to that place should be through the 5th region. Shi Xiaoye said, The 5th region's passage? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He seemed to have some thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't sort them out right now. Everyone moved together. When they returned to the 5th region, they left immediately. With Shi Xiaoye leading the way, they headed towards the suspected old site of Xianyuan Immortal School. As time passed, the landscape changed greatly. Therefore, Xian Yuanlin wasn't sure if Shi Xiaoye was leading the way. Instead, Ning Qi seemed to have thought of something. 1 month later, Shi Xiaoye's body trembled slightly. As for Sun Shu and the others, their faces were filled with shock. It's this forbidden area? Miao, you couldn't help but look at Xian Yuanlin in shock. It's really here, Ning Qi sighed. He had been here once. When he left the 5th region, Nangong Yuanqing followed him. In the end, the two of them fought here, and Ning Qi used the demon refining gourd to kill Nangong Yuanqing. This was a famous forbidden area in Shenlua world. It was called the Burial Ruins. It was said that a long time ago there was an extremely prosperous sect in Shenlua world. When this sect was at its peak, even the great emperors had to follow the rules. They didn't dare to go against the rules. However, in a single night, all the cultivators of the sect died. No one knew what happened. Some people went in to check, but they died one after another, unable to walk out. This matter attracted the attention of the great emperors. A few great emperors joined forces and entered to find out the truth. In the end, none of them walked out of the burial ruins. From then on, this place became a forbidden area. Not to mention cultivators. Even the star beasts that weren't as intelligent as normal people didn't dare to step in. Father, Mother, I'm back to see you. Chapter 3592. Xian Yuanlin was an early-stage rebirth realm expert. After Ning Qi grabbed his arm, he instinctively wanted to resist. In the end, a huge force came over and instantly woke him up. When Sun Shu and the rest saw this scene and felt the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted from Xian Yuanlin and Ning Qi, they were shocked and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. It had been a few hundred years since they advanced to Karma Realm. 100 years, but their improvement was ordinary. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, Ning Qi's improvement was really shocking. In just a few 100 years, his strength could even suppress rebirth realm experts. Boss Ning, are you not even letting me return home? Although I was cut out of the heavenly source stone by you, this is my home. Xian Yuanlin looked at Ning Qi emotionally. You misunderstood, Brother Ning. Shi Xiaoya sighed. This place is called Burial Ruins. It is a forbidden ground left behind since ancient times. It is famous in the God Luo world. Not to mention Rebirth Realm. Even fifth-step cultivators and great Emperor Realm existences can enter. They can't come out. Xian Yuanlin's eyes were filled with shock. Meng Yunzhen nodded. Xiaoya is right. When I was young, an elder warned me that there were a few great emperors who entered the burial ruins and disappeared from the world. I don't know if they are dead or alive. Therefore, even if you are being chased, don't do it unless it is absolutely necessary. Don't even take half a step into the burial ruins. Even those star demons that are less intelligent than ordinary people won't enter this place. How could this be? Xian Yuanlin was a little dazed, and the strength in his arm instantly disappeared. Seeing this, Ning Qi let go and looked at the burial ruins. He said indifferently, if Xian Yuan immortal sect really suppressed highly in that era, as you said, and even great emperors had to come and worship them, then the existence that could annihilate Xian Yuan immortal sect in one night must be extremely powerful. Perhaps they didn't want others to know the truth about Xian Yuan immortal sect being annihilated, so they set up some kind of killing formation. The existence that set up this killing formation is very likely to be a seventh-step cultivator. Therefore, even great emperors can't come out unscathed. Pausing, Ning Qi continued, there is another possibility. Maybe when an existence of that level attacked, the shockwave was too strong. Until now, the aura of the shockwave is still lingering, causing those who enter to die. Not bad. Shi Xiaoya and the others nodded, agreeing with Ning Qi's guess. Xian Yuanlin was silent for a few breaths. He took a deep look at the burial site and then said to Ning Qi and the others, let's go back. Don't you want to watch a little longer? Ning Qi smiled faintly. No, I'm going back to cultivate. Sooner or later, I will rebuild Xianyuan Celestial School and restore the glory of the past. I will kill my enemies and offer sacrifices to my parents, the elders, and the souls of my senior brothers, sisters, and junior brothers in heaven. Xian Yuanlin looked small, like a naughty child, but at this moment his expression was unusually determined. When Sun Shu and the others met his eyes, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. To rebuild the Xian Yuan Immortal School and restore its former glory, perhaps there was a glimmer of possibility. After all, Xian Yuanlin was the direct heir of such a powerful sect, and he was also the only survivor of the Xian Yuan Immortal School. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Everyone returned to the fifth zone, and Ning Qi went to see Jinling. Jinling already knew that Ning Qi had killed Pei Yuanqing and praised him. Then, Ning Qi took Xian Yuanlin to the headquarters. Not long after, Ning Qi saw Hu Pao again. Miss Hu Xiao, are you taking me away from the headquarters? Ning Qi stood at the entrance of the cave abode and looked at Hu Lai with a smile. Calculating the time, it had been almost 4 years. The location of the Dark Parliament's headquarters should be very close to the absolute beginning. Or perhaps they had already reached the absolute beginning. Back then, the Secretary General had already said that when the time was right, he would have Fox Pao send Ning Qi away from the headquarters to the absolute beginning. Yes, that mission. Hu Ji glanced at Xian Yuanlin, then looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Before this, she only felt that Ning Qi was an extremely talented junior, but compared to the rebirth state, there was still a huge gap. However, the Dark Parliament there was no one in the headquarters who didn't know that Ning Qi had killed Pei Yuanqing, a boundless Jiang cultivator. Pei Yuanqing was an existence that caused great losses to the Dark Parliament 40,000 years ago, a cultivator in the advanced stage of the rebirth state. And Ning Qi had killed such an existence with the cultivation of destiny state. With such strength, no rebirth state cultivator would treat Ning Qi as a junior. They would treat him as a peer. The Secretary General has ordered me to send you away from the headquarters. He also told me to tell you to be careful. Huing nodded and said. She was very curious as to what mission the Secretary General had given Ning Qi. She was also a little jealous. Such a mission did not fall into the hands of the commanders in the headquarters, but in the hands of a cultivator from the Hall of Affairs like her. Instead, it was given to Ning Qi. Moreover, he had specially reminded him to be careful. How could an ordinary destiny state cultivator receive such treatment? Please tell the Secretary General that I understand. Ning Qi nodded. In that case, please come with me, said Yu Zichen. Huing smiled. It's just me, he won't be going. Ning Qi glanced at Xian Yuanlin and smiled. Xian Yuanlin was slightly stunned. You don't want me to follow you? What's the use of following me? Can you beat me? Ning Qi laughed. But, Xian Yuanlin looked at Ning Qi angrily, aren't you afraid that I'll run away? Why did you run away? Ning Qi laughed. Xian Yuanlin was speechless, but because of Ning Qi's words, a thought came to his mind. That's right. Why did he want to escape? What was the reason for his escape? It seemed that Ning Qi had not abused him all these years as expected. Xian Yuanlin couldn't find a reason to escape. You're not a darkness cultivator, so I'll give you this medallion. That way, you can come and go as you please. But remember, you're my Taoist apprentice. If one day you attract enemies to this place, it'll be my fault. Don't lose face for me. Ning Qi said solemnly. Xian Yuanlin was immediately infected, and his face became serious. Ning Qi smiled again and said, But with your appearance, I don't think you will be targeted. Hu Lai, Xian Yuanlin. Lady Huyan, let's go. Ning Qi laughed. If you give him your medallion, how will you come back in the future? A hint of hesitation flashed through Hu Jie's eyes. My task this time is difficult. If I carry the medallion with me, my identity as a darkness cultivator will be exposed. As for how to come back in the future, it's easy. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 3593. What a coincidence! Ning Qi looked at the surroundings. It was a familiar mountain range, a familiar landscape. Wasn't this the place that Li Shang had brought to the land of absolute beginning? Wasn't this place abandoned because he refused to submit to the corpse race? Who would have thought that right after leaving the headquarters, Hu Ying would appear here? He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if there were other reasons. This time, Hu Ying had used a rather mysterious method to travel from the headquarters to the land of absolute beginning. It was similar to some kind of teleportation formation, but there was no teleportation point below Ning Qi's feet. Ning Qi asked Hu Ying, but she said that only the higher-ups and affairs of the headquarters could do so. Only the hall cultivators knew the method. Even Blood Tier Commander and the others didn't know how to leave the headquarters. If they wanted to leave the headquarters, they had to first head to the other territories of the Dark Parliament. According to the information, Heavenly Grandmother Gate should be in this direction. Ning Qi looked around. After determining the direction of Heavenly Grandmother Gate, he immediately moved. Luckily, he had stayed here for many years, so he wasn't completely blind. He didn't have much of a problem in finding the way. A few months later, Ning Qi finally arrived at the foot of a mountain after continuously asking for directions and using the teleportation formation. The land he was stepping on was the territory of Heavenly Grandmother's sect. On the mountain, layers of buildings could be seen indistinctly in the forest. Occasionally, there would be large birds. Occasionally, large birds would fly over and call loudly, their crisp voices echoing between the mountains. Just as Ning Qi was standing at the foot of the mountain, a few figures came down. There were men and women. When they saw Ning Qi, their gazes moved. One of them, who looked more mature, took a few steps forward and asked Ning Chi, "Sir, have you come to our heavenly grandmother gate? What's the matter?" Ning Chi looked at them. Their cultivation was around the Karma realm. He smiled and said, "Junior brothers and sisters, I've heard of Heavenly Grandmother Gate for many years. This time, I've come to cultivate in Heavenly Grandmother Gate. I wonder if you can lead the way? You're here to become my disciple?" The few of them looked at each other. The mature-looking young man frowned slightly. "You'd better behave yourself. We don't know each other. I'm not your junior brother, and you're not my senior brother. If you want to be my disciple, please go back. Is it difficult? Haven't you heard that our sect's consecrated elder passed away recently? These days, our Heavenly Grandmother Gate doesn't receive any guests. There's such a thing." Ning Chi was surprised. The consecrated elder that the other party mentioned should be the high-ranking member of the Covenant of Darkness headquarters. If the Heavenly Grandmother sect really refused to see any guests, things would be difficult to handle. Before coming here, Ning Chi had already figured out the ins and outs of the Heavenly Mother sect. It wasn't very strong in the absolute beginning land. The sect master, Taoist priestess Heavenly Mother, was only at the undead realm, adding on some elders and consecrators. Its power was at most on the same level as the ancient Star Pavilion. Even so, Ning Chi was not confident enough to break in without permission. Otherwise, Ning Chi was not sure if the 4 immortal execution swords would still have the same power as before. Even if there was, sempiternal realm cultivators were not existences that Ning Chi could deal with at his current state. Most likely, the other party would be able to crush him with a single finger. He doesn't even know about such an important matter. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. Senior Brother Duan, let's ignore him. Master has ordered us to go to Bluestone Town to retrieve the item left behind by the consecrated elder. This matter cannot be delayed. A female cultivator stepped forward and glanced at Ning Chi coldly with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Then, she spoke to the mature-looking young man. In their opinion, even if Ning Chi's cultivation level was higher than theirs, so what? He was still incomparable to a cultivator from the Heavenly Mother sect. At the same time, Ning Chi's desire to join the Heavenly Mother sect had already made them feel disgusted. Ordinary cultivators were fine, but he was already a 4th-step cultivator, yet he still wanted to join the Heavenly Mother sect and compete with them for cultivation resources? No way. Sir, I advise you to leave quickly. The mature-looking young man smiled at Ning Chi. Then he called out to his junior brothers and junior sisters and left quickly. As soon as they left, Ning Chi followed them. The item left behind by the consecrated elder? This was most likely the item that the Secretary General had asked him to retrieve. The Heavenly Mother sect had obviously not realized the importance of this item, so they had sent a few Karma Realm cultivators. However, the Secretary General had said that the item should have been with the consecrated elder. Why had it been left outside? Plus, the Heavenly Mother sect knew about this and had specially sent people to retrieve it? It's possible that the consecrated elder passed on this matter before she passed away. Why did she ask someone to bring this item back to the Heavenly Mother sect after she passed away? She could have sent a message to the Secretary General and asked the dark cultivators to go to the place where she hid the item. Wouldn't that be enough? With many doubts, Ning Chi quietly followed behind the Karma Realm cultivators. If a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator wanted to follow a Karma Realm cultivator, the other party would not be able to discover him as long as he did not want to be discovered. A few days later, the few of them arrived at a bustling town. This town was a place that one had to pass on the official road, and one could go to several bustling cities from here. Therefore, the town had a large population, and there were many cultivators among them. Their cultivations were average. Tao querying realm cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. No one in the Karma realm could compare to them. Those people seemed to know where they were going. Once they entered the town, they walked straight in a certain direction. Behind them, Ning Qi followed at a moderate distance. His body exuded a special aura that could make anyone with a cultivation lower than Ning Qi's. The other cultivators subconsciously ignored Ning Qi. They only knew that there was someone here, but they didn't want to take a closer look. The consecrated elder's cultivation is at least at the undying realm. She might even be an indestructible realm cultivator. Why would she put the item in a place like this? Ning Qi's eyes turned solemn. There must be something wrong when something was out of the ordinary. That was a principle that had never changed. He did not continue to follow them. Instead, he used his aura to track them from afar. Soon he saw them enter a pharmacy. Before long, they walked out of the pharmacy, as if they were going to leave Bluestone Town. However, they had only taken a few steps when they suddenly disappeared. They did not vanish in an instant. Instead, it was as if someone had used an eraser to erase them from the air. This scene immediately reminded Ning Qi of the time when Grand Elder Duan had sent Mo Xie and the others to other small worlds. Grand Elder Duan had used it. Grand Elder Duan had used the same method. Chapter 3594. Sir, do you want to buy medicine? When he entered the pharmacy, the manservant inside greeted him indifferently. Ning Qi didn't reply and looked around the pharmacy. There was a faint medicinal fragrance, but there was nothing special about it. This was a very ordinary pharmacy, and the spirit materials sold here were probably only useful for second-step cultivators. An ordinary third-step cultivator would not even take a look at him. However, the Karma Realm disciples from the Heavenly Grandmother sect had come here, which meant that this place was definitely not as simple as Ning Qi thought. Ning Qi smiled at the manservant and said, "Help me get some stone grass, dragon, vermilion fruit." Ning Qi listed the names of more than 10 medicinal materials one after another. The manservant thought about it and moved slightly. He quickly helped Ning Qi get the spiritual materials, a total of 30 origin essence stones. The manservant's tone was a little friendly, as if buying spiritual materials worth 30 origin essence stones at once was already a big customer here. "Thank you." Ning Qi nodded with a faint smile and gave the manservant 30 origin essence stones. He took the spiritual materials and stayed in place for a while before turning to leave. Not long after he left, the manservant's expression suddenly stiffened, and the spirituality in his eyes gradually faded. He stood motionless behind the counter like a puppet. Subsequently, a figure walked out from the inner room and stood at the door of the pharmacy, watching Ning Qi leave in the distance. This person did not look old and seemed to be in his 20s, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes. A few breaths later, another female cultivator walked out from the inner room and stood beside the young man. She looked in Ning Qi's direction. "Is he a dark cultivator?" "No, he doesn't have the special medallion of a dark cultivator on him. Also, he followed those dark cultivators here just now. The others couldn't sense your actions, but he did. This means that his soul is stronger than ordinary people's. Perhaps he saw us take down those dark cultivators, so he came in to investigate out of curiosity." The young man with vicissitude smiled and shook his head. Although his tone was very calm, there was a trace of imperceptible extreme confidence in his words. This was a person who was extremely confident in his own judgment. "Jiang Wankong, what you said does make sense. Those dark cultivators must have found the clues we deliberately left behind at the place where Lan Pingping passed away. That's why they came here to retrieve that thing. If this man is a dark cultivator, he wouldn't be far away. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to come to the pharmacy after we killed them." The female cultivator nodded lightly. "Oh, Yang Xinyue, where do you think Lan Pingping would put that thing? This item has too many implications. If it wasn't for the tip-off, we wouldn't have known that it had fallen into Lan Pingping's hands. We also wouldn't have known that Lan Pingping was an elder of the Heavenly Mother sect, an eternal realm cultivator, and a high-level dark cultivator. This time, Lan Pingping was killed by her superiors and pretended to be dead. We searched the entire Heavenly Mother sect, but we couldn't find what she left behind. You're the Heavenly Mother Palace's disciple of the ancient star pavilion. The chief disciple is good at calculation. Can't you think of where Lan Pingping would hide the item? Jiang Wankong smiled faintly. The corner of Ouyang Xinyue's lips curled up slightly. I'm indeed the chief disciple of the Heavenly Mother sect, and the Heavenly Mother sect is also good at calculation. However, Lan Pingping is an eternal realm cultivator. If I knew where she was hiding something, I wouldn't be standing here today. I wouldn't be here to carry out the mission with you. Jiang Wankong touched his nose. That's true. So let's do as I say. The clues I deliberately left behind can attract many dark cultivators here. Killing one is one, killing two is two. We also have people in the Heavenly Mother sect who are most likely to know what Lan Pingping has hidden. The ones hiding there can only be dark cultivators. As long as they make a move, our people will follow the clues. Not only will we get the item, but we will also make the Dark Parliament feel the pinch. Ouyang Xinyue smiled confidently. Ning Qi had already left Bluestone Town and continued flying in the direction of Heavenly Grandmother School. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, his expression changed slightly, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. There is actually a fifth-step cultivator in the pharmacy. If that revered elder wants to hide things there, it will attract too much attention. This is more like a trap. Ning Qi continued to fly in the direction of the Heavenly Grandmother Gate without batting an eyelid, but his mind was spinning. Just now, when he took the spirit material from the manservant's hand, his body suddenly reacted. It was as if someone was gently pricking his skin with a needle. Ning Qi was able to determine that a cultivator far beyond the fourth step was using it. He was observing him with his divine will. An ordinary Heaven's Fate Realm cultivator wouldn't have been able to find it, but Ning Qi's body had been tempered countless times since he first started cultivating. He had long reached a special realm, and even the ancient star system pavilion had the ether. Compared to Ning Qi, the physical body of an existence with a rank 7 ancient star body was somewhat different. This special realm was similar to seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster. It was extremely sensitive to the outside world. Back when the ninja clan cultivators used their clan's escape technique to kill Ning Qi, Ning Qi's body had already reacted before they even appeared. This was also the reason why he was able to easily kill them one by one. It's just that I've just arrived at the Heavenly Grandmother Gate, and I haven't even started my mission yet, and I've already encountered something similar to a trap. Perhaps that elder didn't just die while sitting cross-legged. It's a pity that the system's advancement progress hasn't even reached 7%. My ability to protect myself will naturally be greatly improved. A normal cultivator might have already given up on this mission. After all, this mission was a bit special. It was very likely that there were other people looking for the things left behind by that consecrated elder. If they knew that the consecrated elder was black, if they knew that the revered elder was a member of the Dark Parliament, the danger factor would be even more terrifying. However, Ning Qi didn't intend to give up just like that. He was calm, steady, and cautious. He knew that he couldn't do anything and wouldn't take any risks. However, this didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. After completing this mission, he would have enough merit to enter the reincarnation realm. However, in order to advance to the rebirth realm, there were bound to be risks. Ning Qi still had to take a gamble. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Qi returned to the foot of the Heavenly Grandmother sect. This time, he headed directly toward the sect. Along the way, he met some cultivators who were similar to him. After asking a bit, he found out that their goal was the same as his, to become a disciple. Ning Qi calmly hinted to them that an elder of Heavenly Grandmother School had passed away recently and might not be accepting disciples. In the end, the response he got was that Heavenly Grandmother School had lost many disciples due to an incident some time ago, and this time they were opening their doors to recruit disciples. Chapter 35, 95. From Ning Qi's point of view, There were several reasons for those fellows to deceive him. The most likely reason was that they had a sense of superiority as a cultivator of the heavenly mammal sect. They were deliberately teasing a cultivator from the countryside like Ning Chi. However, there were also several other possibilities. Ning Chi didn't know if they were dead or something. He could ask them if he met them again in the heavenly grandmother sect. Soon, Ning Chi arrived at the mountain gate of the heavenly grandmother sect. The ground was paved with blue stone, and the light of a restrictive spell flowed on it. An average Tao querying cultivator might not even be able to leave a footprint on it. This was the face of a large sect. A fifth-step cultivator had probably set up a restrictive spell to strengthen the defense of the ordinary bluestone to such an extent. In front of the mountain gate, in addition to Ning Chi, there were hundreds of figures, among which there were cultivators of all races. But the proportion of the human race was relatively small. Ning Chi was mentally prepared for this, because the base camp of the human race was on the side of Tylee. However, while there were humans in the absolute beginning land, they weren't strong enough. Brother Ning, we're both humans. Remember to help each other after entering the heavenly grandmother sect. A young man stood next to Ning Chi and whispered, Brother Dong, are you so sure that we can enter the heavenly grandmother sect? Ning Chi chuckled. Why not? I'm at the early stage of the fate state, and you're at the peak of the fate state. It's more than enough for you to enter the heavenly grandmother sect as a deacon. Apart from Taoist, nun, heavenly grandmother, there was another undead realm deacon in the heavenly grandmother sect. However, she has already passed away. There are only 2 sempiternal realm cultivators and 4 undying realm cultivators left. They're either cultivating in seclusion or trying to break through. They don't have time to manage such a large sect. They have to rely on us, deacon elders. Dong Chuan smiled confidently. Deacon elder? I thought we joined the heavenly grandmother sect as disciples. Ning Chi was stunned. Dong Chuan looked at Ning Chi and said with a complicated expression, So this is Brother Ning's plan. However, Heavenly Mother sect only accepts people who have not condensed immortal palaces. Cultivators above Karma Realm are all here to see if they can become deacons or deacons. That way they can get some cultivation resources and have a backer. I see. I've embarrassed myself, Brother Dong. Ning Chi smiled. Among the hundreds of figures, close to 90% of them were at the early stage or late stage of Tao-seeking realm. There was not a single immortal palace cultivator to be seen. Not only could they not be accepted into Heavenly Grandmother sect, but they also did not have the chance to be deacons. There were a few second-step cultivators, and the rest were fourth-step cultivators like him and Dong Chuan. There were even 3 rebirth stage cultivators. When it was noon, a figure suddenly walked out of the Heavenly Grandmother gate. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes. He exuded a trace of the aura of the undead realm. Beside him, there were several rebirth state experts. Greetings, Senior Han. Many people recognized the identity of this person and immediately cupped their hands in greeting. The others also hurriedly bowed. Although they did not know who this person was, the aura of this person had already proved that he was one of the 4 great undead realm cultivators of the Heavenly Mammal sect. My name is Han Buwei, a revered elder of the Tianmu school. Those who are here to apply for the position of deacon and revered elder can follow me in. As for the others, wait here. Han Buwei said lightly, Brother Ning, let's go. Dong Chuan's eyes lit up. He seemed a little excited. Ning Chi could see that Dong Chuan's foundation was very poor. Although he was at the early stage of the Fate Realm, he was at least 2 levels weaker than the core disciples Ning Chi had seen in the ancient Star Pavilion. Dong Chuan's cultivation was lacking in various cultivation resources, which was why his foundation was not very stable. If he could enter the Tianmu school as a revered elder, at least he wouldn't have to worry too much about cultivation resources in the future. There were about 20 people following behind Han Buwei. 3 of them were rebirth state experts and foreign races. The rest were fate realm cultivators like Ningqi. There were about 5 or 6 of them, and the rest were karma realm cultivators. Dong Chuan kept transmitting messages to Ningqi along the way, telling him about the difference between the deacons of the Tianmu school and the revered elder. The former was basically held by karma realm cultivators, while the latter was mostly held by rebirth state and fate realm cultivators. Their status was higher than the former, and the resources they could receive every year were equivalent to 5 million origin stones. This was not a small amount. It was normal for a rebirth state expert to have a net worth of 1 billion origin stones, which was equivalent to a salary of 1 billion origin stones in 200 years. However, compared to Ningqi's salary in the Heavenly Source Pavilion, it was much weaker. After all, his annual salary was 100 million. On the other hand, a deacon could only receive 200,000 origin stones a year, which was a huge difference from the revered elder. Brother Ning, let's try our best. Even if we can't get the position of a deacon, we should be able to negotiate a better salary. It will definitely be more than 200,000 a year. My limit is at least 500,000. What about you? Dong Chuan's voice rang in Ningqi's ears. Han Buwei, who was walking in front of the group, moved his ears slightly. 1 million should be enough. Ningqi smiled and transmitted his message. With your cultivation, 1 million origin stones a year shouldn't be difficult. Dong Chuan nodded. A cultivator's lifespan was extremely long. 1 million a year in the Tianmu school would be an extremely terrifying figure. Han Buwei's face suddenly revealed a trace of satisfaction as he nodded slightly. He thought to himself that the youngsters recently had some self-awareness. He recalled that a few rebirth state cultivators had offered a salary of 10 million a year. There was even a heavens mandate state cultivator who had offered a salary of 3 million a year. There was even a heavens mandate state cultivator who had offered a salary of 3 million a year. He had immediately beaten them up and chased them out. After 10 minutes, the group arrived at an empty space. It seemed to be a martial arts field. The assessment is coming. Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. After a moment of consideration, he decided to fight for the position of a deacon. After all, he had to search for items in the Tianmu school. If he had a higher position, there wouldn't be as many restrictions. The Tianmu school is recruiting a deacon and 15 deacons. Therefore, those applying for the position of deacon, please stand on the right, and those applying for the position of deacon, please stand on the left. Han Buwei turned around and said plainly to the crowd. The 3 rebirth state cultivators frowned slightly. Did that mean that they still had to compete for the position? After hesitating for a moment, they decided not to leave and stood on the left side of Han Buwei. Dong Chuan saw this and pulled Ningqi to the right side. If there weren't these 3 rebirth state cultivators, he would have fought for the position of deacon. However, the Tianmu school was only recruiting 1 deacon, and there were 3 rebirth state cultivators competing for the position. A heavens mandate state cultivator like him definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 3596. Ningqi didn't care about the stares from the 3 rebirth state cultivators. They were merely at the early stages of the rebirth state, and they came from an unorthodox background. Ningqi had the 7th grade primordial spiritual treasure, Chun Shao. Even if he didn't use it, he wouldn't use the demon refining gourd. However, the ancient star body was still at the 6th rank. He might be able to win if he used his full strength. Ningqi had to be at least at the middle stages of the rebirth state to pose a threat to him. He also had to have a complete inheritance, trump cards, and ultimate moves. Otherwise, he would still be defeated by Ningqi. Are you sure you want to be a deacon? Han Buwei was startled. He looked at Ningqi with a hint of dissatisfaction. He had heard the conversation between Ningqi and Dong Chuan. He had thought that Ningqi was a tactful person who knew his own limits. Being a deacon of the Heavenly Grandmother sect at the perfect heavens mandate state, it wouldn't be too much even if he asked for 1,000,000 origin stones a year. After all, as long as he stayed in 100 years, he would be able to earn the entire fortune of an ordinary heavens mandate state cultivator. But now he wanted to compete for the deacon position. If he didn't have a special trump card, then he was just being arrogant. Senior Han, I think I am qualified to be a deacon with my abilities. Ningqi smiled. Arrogant. One of the 3 rebirth state cultivators sneered. This person wasn't human. He had the aura of a demon. However, Tai Li and Tai Chu didn't seem to be the territory of the demon race. Ning Qi hadn't seen any powerful demons in those 2 places. At least, the Qilin clan was considered a demon race. He had never heard of any information about the Qilin clan. There was only one possibility. The Qilin clan was at the center of the Shenlua world. Immemorial. You'll know if I'm arrogant or not if you try. Ning Qi smiled. Dong Chuan and the others immediately guessed something from his calmness. They looked at each other strangely. They weren't fools. The weakest among them was at the karma state. No one believed that Ning Qi would choose to fight 3 rebirth state cultivators without any trump cards. A rebirth state cultivator at the early stages. However, they were unwilling to believe that Ning Qi was a genius who could fight those of a higher level than him. They had seen such strong practitioners before, but not many of them. They were usually nurtured by top-notch sects, and Ning Qi had come to the Tianmu sect. Applying meant that he was an itinerant cultivator. If he really had such powerful means, then he might have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. The early rebirth state demon race expert who scolded Ning Qi for being arrogant frowned slightly. His eyes turned solemn, and so did the other 2. All right, let's choose the deacons first. You guys can compete first. Han Buwei took a deep look at Ning Qi, then looked at Dong Chuan and the rest. Several deacons had already been selected. Fate State warriors like Dong Chuan could definitely serve as deacons, but their salaries would be much higher than those at the causality state. That was something to be discussed later. Han Buwei was in charge of Dong Chuan's performance. Under Han Buwei's guidance, Dong Chuan and the rest fought one after another. The results were out in less than half an hour. A few Karma Realm cultivators were dejected and left the Heavenly Grandmother sect under the lead of a rebirth realm deacon and consecrator beside Han Buwei. The remaining 15 people had successfully applied for the position of deacon in the Heavenly Grandmother sect. Dong Chuan was one of them, but he was weaker than Han Buwei. There were 3 others who were at the middle and advanced stages of the Fate State. Next, it's the 4 of you. Do you want to draw lots, or... Han Buwei looked at Ning Qi and the rest. The 3 early rebirth state cultivators looked at each other. The demon race expert looked at Ning Qi and said, I'll compete with him. The other 2 early rebirth state cultivators had some objections, but they weren't sure if Ning Qi had a trump card that could fight against a rebirth state expert. If he did, they would not only lose face, but also lose the chance to compete for the deacon's position. As for the qualifications for the position of consecrated elder, after much thought, he felt that it was safer to fight against someone of the same level, so he gave the unknown Ning Qi to that demon clan expert. What about you? It's not too late to back out now. I can arrange a deacon position for you. Han Buwei looked at Ning Qi. I'm definitely going to be a deacon. Ning Qi smirked. All right. Han Buwei nodded. Very quickly, only Ning Qi and the initial stage rebirth state demon were left. The remaining 20 people were all standing outside the protective barrier of the martial arts arena, watching the 2 of them. I'm Bao Chongtian. The early stage rebirth state demon race expert looked at Ning Qi and introduced himself. Ultraman, Ning Qi said. Bao Chongtian was enraged. I clearly heard that kid call you Brother Ning. He pointed at Dong Chuan. Dong Chuan had an innocent look on his face, but he was suspicious in his heart. Could it be that Ultraman was Ning Chi's real name? It was not impossible. After all, some cultivators were very proud. They were not willing to reveal their real names to people with lower cultivation than them. My surname is Ning Ultraman. Can't I? Ning Chi grinned. That's fine, but your name is a little strange. Bao Chongtian frowned. It's just a name. It's not that important. I think you can make your move now. Ning Chi smiled. You're just a peak fate state cultivator. If I make the first move and word gets out, where would I put my face? I'll let you have 3 moves. Bao Chongtian said. He wanted to say 5 moves, but for some reason he changed it to 3 moves. All right, then I won't hold back. Ning Chi smiled and slowly walked towards Bao Chongtian. With every step he took, he would open one of the 9 inner hidden gates. By the time he had taken 7 or 8 steps, the blood vitality in his body had reached a shocking level. Is this guy a physique cultivator? No wonder he's so daring to fight an early rebirth state cultivator. With his current physical strength, I'm afraid he's no weaker than an early rebirth state cultivator. So he's a physique cultivator. Even though he's only at the fate state, his physical strength is comparable to a rebirth state cultivator. Dong Chuan and the others were dumbfounded. They finally knew what Ning Chi's trump card was. Han Buwei was also surprised. He nodded and looked at Ning Chi with a gentler gaze. Since Ning Chi was so strong, it was only natural that he would fight for the position of deacon. Bao Chongtian's expression changed when Ning Chi opened the 6th inner hidden gate. He had promised to let Ning Chi have 3 moves first, which was why he didn't make a move. But when Ning Chi opened the 7th inner hidden gate, he could no longer remain calm. He clenched his fists. When Ning Chi opened the 8th inner hidden gate, the blood energy in his body condensed into an ocean. Even Han Buwei and the rebirth state cultivators were shocked. Chapter 3597. Despicable. It wasn't Ning Chi, but Dong Chuan, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but shout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of gazes fell upon Dong Chuan. The 2 early stage rebirth state cultivators had a strange look on their faces. Despicable? Not at all. Even they wouldn't have the confidence to suppress Ning Chi's blood qi. Bao Chongtian's strength was similar to theirs. But if he were to give Ning Chi 3 moves, he would be at a disadvantage. They wouldn't admit that they had broken their promise either. This Ning Ultraman, why is his name so hard to pronounce? His physical strength is really strong. He must have cultivated some kind of powerful physique tempering skill to be able to reach such a level at the fate state. Is he a human? Among the 4 great emperor clans of the human race, only one clan specialized in body refining techniques. However, that clan's surname wasn't Ning, but Zhou. Other than that, there were some other sects that specialized in body refining techniques. Could he be a core disciple of one of those sects? Or a true disciple? It's not possible. The 4 great emperor clans you mentioned are in the Tai Li territory. We're in the absolute beginning. Even you and I would find it difficult to reach the Tai Li territory, let alone a fate state cultivator. But it's not impossible. This kid committed a crime over there, so he fled to our Taichu. I hope Bao Chongtian can suppress him. The 2 initial stage, rebirth stage experts communicated with each other. If Ning Chi won, one of them would have to face Ning Chi. However, for some unknown reason, Ning Chi gave them a creepy feeling. Good timing. Ning Chi laughed out loud. The 9th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates. Open. At this moment, his physical strength skyrocketed once again, causing Han Buwei's face to reveal a look of shock. And facing Ning Chi's, Bao Chongtian, the feeling was even more obvious. The terrifying power of qi and blood made Han Buwei unable to recover from his shock. Wasn't he using his full strength? Is he using his full strength now? It was too late for Bao Chongtian to retreat. His fist collided with Ning Chi's, and a deafening sound rang out. With their fists as the epicenter, a terrifying shockwave of blood and chi energy spread out in all directions. Even the disciples from the other mountain ranges of Heavenly Grandmother sect could hear the commotion, and they could not help but reveal surprised expressions on their faces. Crack! After the loud noise, there was a crisp sound. Bao Chongtian's arm was broken, and Ning Chi's fist landed on his chest. The Rebirth State initial stage cultivator only had time to scream and spit out a mouthful of blood. With a loud bang, he hit the protective shield around the arena. Then he slid and fell to the ground. He had already fallen into a coma. Ning Chi's figure swayed and easily dodged the blood arrow that shot out from the leopard's mouth. He then looked at Han Bui calmly. "You have won this match. However, if he had not fought you head-on and instead used the various techniques of a reincarnation stage expert, you would not have won so easily." Han Bui said. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement, especially the rebirth state experts. Even though the one who was knocked unconscious was Bao Chongtian, they still felt the same way. A rebirth state expert had been defeated by a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator. No matter what, they did not feel good. However, they did not think too much about it. If Ning Chi had opened the 9 inner hidden gates from the start, Bao Chongtian would have been extremely cautious and would not have fought him head-on. It was not that Bao Chongtian was stupid, but that Ning Chi had used his identity as a destiny state cultivator to make Bao Chongtian careless and lead him down the path that he had planned. If it was a life-and-death battle, no matter how cautious Bao Chongtian was, Ning Chi could have used Spring Dawn to prevent Bao Chongtian from escaping. Senior Han is right, I was just lucky. Ning Chi said, as if he had learned something. The more the opponent underestimated him, the better. It's your turn. Han Bui looked at the other 2 rebirth state experts. After that, the 2 of them spent an hour fighting to the death. In the end, an extremely tall and green-haired foreign race cultivator emerged victorious. I will not give you a chance to fight in close combat. Be careful. The green-haired rebirth state expert looked at Ning Chi seriously and spoke bluntly. He did not intend to give Ning Chi a chance to fight in close combat. All right. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Seeing this, the other party snorted coldly. He suddenly took a step forward and stepped on the blue stone floor in front of him. Then an incomparably huge stone man suddenly crawled out of the blue stone floor. This stone man did not seem to be alive, but it also emitted the aura of an initial rebirth state cultivator. From its appearance, one could tell that it was extremely powerful. If it was used to restrain Ning Chi, the other rebirth state expert could use spells from behind. In the eyes of the crowd, it would be extremely difficult for Ning Chi, who was only at the heavenly fate state, to win. The rebirth state expert, who was knocked out by Ning Chi, had already woken up. He was standing outside the martial arts arena with a pale face. He did not leave, but requested Han Bui to let him watch the rest of the battle. Since he was knocked out by Ning Chi, Han Bui only hesitated a little before agreeing. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed. Therefore, this demon samsara disciple glared at Ning Chi with a murderous look in his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to fight Ning Chi again and wipe away his shame. If he was given another chance, he definitely wouldn't foolishly clash with Ning Chi head-on. You lost. The green-haired rebirth state expert smirked. I went to the secret realm of Qingyu and killed a rebirth state expert of the giant ghost race. I used his body to refine the stone ghost. The giant ghost race is naturally strong. Even if it is slightly weaker than you, it is enough to restrain you. Do you know what it means when you can't get close to me? 18 Dragon subduing palms. Ning Chi did not waste time with his opponent. He immediately struck out with his palm. The 18 Dragon subduing palms was known for its strength. The stronger the user's physical strength, the more powerful the palm technique would be. In addition, Ning Chi had also activated the 66th heaven of the incarcerating dragon elephant saint art. 66 silver dragons roared out and bombarded the other party's gargoyles. Boom! With a loud explosion, the crowd saw the stone ghost, which was comparable to an initial rebirth state expert, explode into pieces and scatter on the ground. Do you think that I have no other methods other than my fists? Ningqi smiled as he walked towards the initial stage, rebirth state, cultivator. When Ningqi was about to reach him, he suddenly smiled and said, I admit defeat. You are the strongest heavens mandate realm cultivator I have ever fought. There is no one else like you. I believe your background is not simple. Since you want to fight me, I'm sure you have an extraordinary background. Chapter 3598. Die. Ningqi's figure suddenly moved. Like a flash of lightning, he instantly appeared in front of the rebirth realm initial stage, cultivator, and threw out a few punches. Each punch was with his full strength. The rebirth realm initial stage, cultivator, hurriedly tried to defend himself. However, his defense was too weak in front of Ningqi's pure strength. Bang! Bang! Aft! I've already admitted defeat, and you still want to kill me? The early stage, rebirth state, cultivator knelt in front of Ningqi with one hand on his chest. He looked at Ningqi in fear, his eyes filled with grief and indignation. If I really wanted to kill you, you'd be dead by now. Ningqi looked down at the man from above. If you want to admit defeat, then admit defeat. Why did you have to sow discord between me and the Tianmu sect? If I was a deacon today, your corpse would be cold by now. I'm not someone to be trifled with in the Tyli land. I've killed many people, and many of them were stronger than you. You're just an early stage, rebirth state cultivator. Remember, if you dare to be petty in front of me again, I'll beat the shit out of you. Ningqi said coldly. Many of the people he killed were stronger than an early stage, rebirth state cultivator. When the crowd heard this, they were once again shocked. However, looking at Ningqi's appearance, it did not seem like he was lying. From the strength he had displayed just now, it seemed that he could indeed fight against a rebirth state intermediate stage expert. If he killed a rebirth state intermediate stage expert, if he had killed an intermediate stage rebirth state cultivator, it was not impossible. Did that mean that he had offended many people in the Tyli land, and that was why he came to the Tyli land? The rebirth stage initial stage cultivator, who was forced to kneel on the ground by Ningqi's 3 punches, had an uncertain expression on his face. After a few breaths, he slowly stood up and turned to leave. Bao Chongtian didn't dare to look at Ningqi. He lowered his head and quickly left with Ningqi. What a joke! He'd clearly seen Ningqi's 3 punches from the side. With his strength, he'd probably end up kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. If he continued to stay here, he'd be looking for trouble. Good move, little brother. Han Bui smiled and clapped his hands. Suppressing an early-stage rebirth state with your cultivation at the perfect realm of destiny is enough for you to be a deacon of the Heavenly Grandmother sect. Men, bring me the token of the deacon. Yes, a rebirth state cultivator beside Han Bui nodded. His figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. A few breaths later, he reappeared with a jet-black jade token in his hand. Han Bui took the jade token and passed it to Ningqi. He smiled and said, Revered Elder Ning, this is the jade token given by the deacon. With it, you can go anywhere in Heavenly Grandmother Gate except for a few forbidden areas. Apart from that, you can use this jade token every year. Card. Collect your salary of 5 million origin stones. Thank you, consecrated Han. Ningqi put away the jade token and cupped his hands in thanks. He didn't bargain because there was no need. At the same time, he changed the way he addressed Han Bui from Senior Han to Revered Elder Han. Everyone will be colleagues from now on. Normally, the 2 elders who are second only to the sect master are in seclusion, so the sect master won't have much time to look after the sect. So, if you have any problems, you can come to me or the other 3 elders? Han Bui smiled and left with a few more words. But soon a Karma State cultivator came to explain to Ning Chi and the others what they needed to pay attention to when they first joined the Heavenly Grandmother Gate. In fact, it was very simple. Apart from that, there was the problem of arranging accommodation for everyone. Dong Chuan and the others were only deacons, so their accommodation was not as good as Ning Chi's. As for Ning Chi, he was assigned a mountain range alone. There were already many Heavenly Grandmother Gate disciples cultivating there. Ning Chi had to deal with some daily chores and shoulder the responsibility of teaching the Heavenly Grandmother Gate disciples. It wasn't easy to earn 5 million origin stones a year. Revered Elder Ning, this is no regret mountain. There are 800 disciples on the mountain, 700 outer court disciples, and 100 inner court disciples. As for the core disciples, they're all cultivating in another place. Usually, they're taught by the 4 great revered elders, and occasionally, the 2 great elders will also come. Occasionally, the 2 elders will also come out to give them pointers. The person leading Ning Chi was an outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Grandmother Gate who hadn't even formed a celestial palace. From his words, Ning Chi gained a deeper understanding of the Heavenly Grandmother Gate's strength. The Heavenly Grandmother Gate was much weaker than the ancient Star Pavilion. Therefore, as long as one was a 3rd step cultivator, one could become an outer sect disciple. If one formed a celestial palace, one would become an inner sect disciple. If one formed a karma state, one would become a core disciple. The Heavenly Grandmother Gate was a true disciple of the Heavenly Grandmother Gate. The Heavenly Grandmother Gate also had a chief disciple. It was unknown if most sects in the divine Luo realm had a chief disciple. The chief disciple of the Heavenly Grandmother Gate was a peak rebirth realm expert. It was said that he hadn't cultivated for long, but he was very talented. He was no longer in the Heavenly Grandmother Gate, but had gone out to find an opportunity to break through to the undying realm. Revered Elder Ning, you're a deacon, so the outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples on No Regret Mountain are under your jurisdiction. At the same time, you have 4 deacons under you. It can be said that you're the most powerful person on No Regret Mountain. However, the deacons have to give a monthly lecture to guide the disciples. Regardless of whether they're inner or outer sect disciples, they have to pay 10 origin stones if they want to listen. The outer court disciple seemed to be very careful as he spoke, and he secretly sized up Ning Chi's expression. When he saw Ning Chi frown slightly, he hurriedly added, "Of course, if you're in closed-door cultivation, you don't have to give a lecture. Once a month is fine. 800 disciples. If they all came to listen to my lectures, it would be 8,000 origin stones each time. If I lecture 4 times a month, it would be 32,000 origin stones. In a year, hundreds of thousands of origin stones would be in the account, and the income would be equivalent to a year's salary of an attendant. I'm very curious, are there also 800 disciples in the other mountains?" Ning Chi said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Well, some are more." "How much more?" "About 30,000 to 40,000 people." 30,000 to 40,000 people. Giving a lecture once would be 300,000 to 400,000 origin stones. If he only gave a lecture once a month, he would earn about 5 million origin stones a year. It seemed that the Heavenly Grandmother Gate basically gave these mountains to the direct descendants to reincarnate. It wouldn't be Ning Chi's turn. Chapter 3599. When the outer sect disciple heard this, a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. He looked left and right, and seeing that no one is paying attention, he lowered his voice and said to Ning Chi, "Minister Ning, it's best not to discuss this in the sect, because the sect master has said that Elder Lon Pingping's death is a taboo. Elder Lon Pingping's death in meditation is a taboo. If anyone were to discuss it in private, they would be punished. Some time ago, an attendant was punished, but he has yet to be found. Some inner disciples are the same." "Punished? Disappeared?" Ning Qi suddenly thought of the few cultivators from the Heavenly Grandmother sect who had disappeared in front of him in Bluestone Town. He did not know if there was a connection between the two, but Ning Qi had received a piece of information from this outer sect disciple. It was very likely that the sect master of Heavenly Mother sect already knew the true identity of Elder Lan Pingping. Otherwise, even if an ordinary elder died, it would not be considered taboo, and disciples were not allowed to discuss it. Behind this, there was probably the shadow of the boundless Jiang cultivators. Then the experts in the medicine shop in Greenstone Town are likely boundless Jiang cultivators. Ning Qi suddenly had a bad premonition. There were probably boundless Jiang cultivators in Heavenly Mother sect, waiting for someone to reveal themselves and then appear to suppress them. Therefore, he had to be careful in his next actions. The missions arranged by the chief are indeed not simple. What is the use of that thing? Ning Qi sighed in his heart. The thing that the chief wanted him to retrieve was just a very ordinary stone ball, the kind that did not look eye-catching. However, Ning Qi definitely did not think that it was really just a stone ball. Its value was probably far beyond his imagination. In the main hall of No Regret Mountain, Ning Qi sat on the main seat, and in front of him stood hundreds of inner and outer sect disciples of Heavenly Mother sect. They looked at Ning Qi with curiosity and a trace of fear. Previously, the one in charge of managing No Regret Mountain was just a deacon. They did not expect the sect to arrange a deacon this time. This was a position that only rebirth state experts could take up. Their cultivation was much lower than Ning Qi's, and the strongest was only an Immortal Palace cultivator. They could not tell what level Ning Qi's cultivation had reached, and only thought that Ning Qi was a rebirth state expert. Minister Ning, other than those who are out on missions and those who are in seclusion, the rest of the disciples are all here. Zhang Tao whispered. He was the outer sect disciple responsible for bringing Ning Qi up to No Regret Mountain. But now he had become the object of envy and jealousy of the other disciples in the hall. To be able to get in touch with this new deacon first, there were naturally many benefits. Okay, I got it. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Ning Qi nodded lightly. That's it. Everyone looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. Shouldn't the new deacon be lectured? This, Zhang Tao forced a smile and said in a low voice, Deacon Ninghui, what else do you want? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Tao did not dare to make a sound. After a few breaths of time, a female cultivator finally couldn't help but say, Exalted Ning, our No Regret Mountain's quota of pills for this month has been held up by the main peak and hasn't been distributed. We asked the main peak, and they said that they were waiting for a new deacon to arrive. Let the deacon go get it. Are these the pills you usually use for cultivation? Ning Qi calmly glanced at the female cultivator. Yes, the female cultivator plucked up the courage to look at Ning Qi. She was only a cultivator of the Immortal Palace and felt a little nervous facing a rebirth state expert. But for herself and the other disciples, she had to speak up. Logically speaking, even if you have no leader, your pills should not be held up. Did you guys offend someone? Ning Qi smiled lightly. Hearing this, everyone was slightly shocked and their expressions became a little strange. They did not dare to speak just now because of this. If they did not tell Ning Qi the truth, they were afraid that Ning Qi would settle the score later. But if they told Ning Qi the truth, they were afraid that Ning Qi would not stand up for them. If they stood up for him, then their future cultivation would be a problem. What's your name? Ning Qi indifferently glanced at the female cultivator. Disciple Zhang Jilan. The female cultivator said in a low voice, Tell me, why is the main peak holding up your pills? Ning Qi smiled. Zhang Jilan hesitated for a few breaths and finally opened her mouth. Master Ning, to tell you the truth, there is an elder in the main Peak Dan Hall who once had a feud with the former deacon of our No Regret Mountain. So because this deacon talked about that matter, he was punished. After he disappeared without a trace, Our Without Regret Mountain's medicinal pills have never been distributed. Hearing this, Ning Qi glanced at Zhang Tao. The person he was talking about was probably the former deacon of the No Regret Mountain. Because he talked about that matter, he was punished, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. This could only scare the disciples below. The other party's disappearance was definitely not because he was talkative. Most likely it was because he had a direct relationship with Lan Pingping. Thinking quickly, Ning Qi suddenly had an idea. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was very likely to be infinitely close to the truth. The people who disappeared, the people who were punished, perhaps, were all dark cultivators. The Heavenly Grandmother sect had been wiped out. Even those guys who disappeared in Bluestone Town were probably also dark cultivators. Ning Qi calmly glanced at Zhang Zhilan, and then, under everyone's nervous expression, he slowly said, "I will get the pills you need for cultivation. You can leave now. Then we will leave first." Everyone hesitated and looked at each other, then turned around and left unwillingly. Ning Qi said it, so casually. In their opinion, the matter of the pills should be over. "Master Ning, I will also leave." Seeing this, Zhang Tao hurriedly saluted. "Don't go first. I have something to ask you." Ning Qi smiled. "Ah, Master Ning, please ask. I will tell you everything I know." Zhang Tao was startled, then quickly nodded. "Some time ago, I met a few cultivators who claimed to be from the Heavenly Grandmother sect. They were a little arrogant. I don't know if you know them." Ning Qi smiled slightly, gently waved his hand, and outlined the appearance of those people with spiritual power. "Isn't that Senior Brother Duan and the others?" Zhang Tao was a little surprised. "Oh, you know them?" Ning Qi looked at Zhang Tao with a faint smile. Hearing this, Zhang Tao nodded. "Master Ning, they are all core disciples, but they were on a mission a while ago. Once they found out that person passed away, they immediately rushed back to the sect. It seems they even went to the place where that person passed away to pay their respects." After a pause, Zhang Tao glanced at Ning Qi cautiously and thought to himself, "Did these guys offend this new deacon?" Pay their respects. As expected, they are most likely dark cultivators. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. These guys suddenly disappeared in Bluestone Town. They were probably done for. Bluestone Town was obviously a trap. The boundless Jiang cultivators were indeed planning something. Which direction is the main peak? Ning Qi suddenly asked. Chapter 3600. Zhang Tao flew in front of Ning Qi with a bitter expression and led him to the main peak of Heavenly Grandmother sect. Although he was also a member of Unregretful Mountain, his cultivation was slightly affected after the main peak cut off the supply of elixirs to Unregretful Mountain. However, Ning Qi let him lead the way to the main peak. If the news of him leading the way to the main peak reached the ears of that elder in the main peak's pill hall, he would probably enter the other party's blacklist. It should be known that regardless of whether it was the deacons or deacons, they were all outsiders. Even if they stayed in the Heavenly Grandmother sect for hundreds or thousands of years, they might leave in the future and go to a stronger sect. At that time, wouldn't he, Zhang Tao, have to face the pill hall of the main peak alone? My anger? Are you afraid? Ning Qi suddenly said with a smile. Consecrated Elder Ning, the background of Pill Hall's Elder Gongsun is rather powerful. His ancestor is one of the two great elders of our Heavenly Grandmother sect. This time, when we head to the Pill Hall of the main peak, we should try our best to avoid any conflict if we can. Elder Gongsun is targeting the former deacon and should not make things difficult for the current Unregretful Mountain. Zhang Tao said in a low voice, "One of the two great elders? That would be an immortal realm expert. This realm was stronger than Undying, but weaker than Undying. In the current Shenlua world, he would be considered a first-class expert. After all, great emperors were the leaders of the top forces and would not appear in the pugilistic world easily. The rest would be the Undying realm. Most people in the Undying realm were preparing to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the Emperor realm. After that was the Immortal realm. In order to break through to the Undying realm, these cultivators would often appear in public to fight for cultivation resources. If Ning Qi stepped into the fifth step, he would likely encounter Undying realm experts frequently. Don't worry, the two great elders are not the ones in charge of Heavenly Grandmother sect. If they bully others, I will bring you to the sect master to complain. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Tao's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly looked at Ning Qi, trying to judge whether he was speaking the truth from his expression. However, after Ning Qi finished speaking, his face remained expressionless. No matter how Zhang Tao looked, he could not tell anything. Not long after, the two arrived at the main peak. Originally, with Zhang Tao's status, he didn't have the qualifications to enter the main peak. However, after Ning Qi showed the deacon's jade token, the cultivator guarding the peak easily let him go. Other than the sect master, 2 great elders, and 4 undead realm consecrators, the next was the position of deacon consecrator. They were considered to be in the middle and upper echelons of the sect of Heavenly Mother. Normally, no one would dare to stop them. The Dan Hall was a rather important place, so Ning Qi and Zhang Tao walked for quite a distance before they saw an incomparably huge building that was filled with the fragrance of medicine in a valley on the main peak. Around the building, there were tens of thousands of acres of fields, which were planted with plants. There were all kinds of spiritual materials and elixirs. Although Ning Qi didn't have much need for elixirs, when he saw these spiritual materials and elixirs, he couldn't help but think of robbing them. Zhang Tao, you're just an outer disciple. Why did you come to the main peak? Fight for medicinal pills for your no-regret mountain? Don't waste your efforts. Elder Gong's son won't agree. I advise you to leave the mountain now, and I won't chase you away. As soon as they entered the valley, a few cultivators came to them. The clothes they wore were slightly different from the cultivators of No Regret Mountain. There was a blazing furnace embroidered on their chests. Dan Hall disciples. Their cultivation was at the early stage of Karma Realm, and they seemed to have a grudge with Zhang Tao. Senior Brother Liu, this is the new deacon consecrator of No Regret Mountain, Consecrate Ning. Zhang Tao frowned slightly, and his face gradually turned cold. Deacon consecrator? The expressions of the few Dan Hall disciples changed slightly when they heard this. They thought that Ning Qi was just a disciple of No Regret Mountain, but they didn't expect him to be the new deacon consecrated. Wasn't this a rebirth realm expert? So it's Consecrator Ning. We greet Lord Consecrator. Senior Brother Liu and the others looked at each other, then smiled insincerely and saluted Ning Qi. They were Dan Hall disciples, and Dan Hall had an extremely high status in the sect of Heavenly Mother. The Dan Hall master was held by one of the 2 great elders. So even if they knew that Ning Qi was a deacon consecrator, they weren't too afraid. You came at the right time. No Regret Mountain hasn't distributed the elixirs for the past few months. Take me to collect them. Ning Qi smiled. This isn't too good. The distribution of elixirs is not under our control. Our words carry little weight. Consecrate Ning, why don't you go to Elder Gong's son? Senior Brother Liu smiled awkwardly. Zhang Tao, do we have to go to Elder Gong's son to collect the elixirs in the past? Ning Qi looked at Zhang Tao and smiled. Reporting to revered Elder Ning, in the past, our No Regrets Mountain's share of pills were either personally distributed by the deacons of the pill hall. If the pill hall did not have enough manpower when it was busy, our deacons would go to the pill hall to find Elder Wu, who was in charge of this matter. Collect the elixirs. Zhang Tao said with a respectful face. Today, they had already reached the main peak. Whether they could get the elixirs or not, they would offend the Dan Hall of the main peak and even be remembered by Elder Gongsun. Therefore, he and Ning Qi were in the same boat. Naturally, he wouldn't hide anything. Your surname is Liu, right? Xiao Liu, take us to Elder Wu. Ning Qi looked at Senior Brother Liu and smiled. We still have a mission. Consecrate a Ning, you see, Senior Brother Lu forced a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Ning Chi's eyes turned cold. His aura suddenly surged out and instantly enveloped these guys in the early stage of karma state. How could they bear Ning Chi's pressure? They knelt on the spot and smashed their knees into the ground. Cracks spread out in all directions. The cracks spread out in all directions for more than 7 or 8 zhang. You, Senior Brother Lu, looked at Ning Chi in shock and anger. Ning Chi actually dared to attack them in the Dan Hall? Wasn't he afraid of being besieged by the Dan Hall elders? What you? Either you lead the way, or you offend your superiors. I'll send you back to the furnace to be reforged. Ning Chi smiled. The reforging here was really reforging. After destroying their physical bodies, they could only return to the immortal palace to reform their physical bodies. Whether or not they could maintain their current realm was unknown. As he spoke, the aura on Ning Chi's body became even more terrifying. Senior Brother Lu and the others immediately felt that there were already traces of cracks appearing on their bones, and Ning Chi's coercion was still increasing. If they did not agree, their bodies might very well be torn apart. Fall apart. I'll take you to Elder Wu. Consecrate a Ning. Please retract your aura. We can't bear it anymore, Senior Brother Lu said while gnashing his teeth. With a swoosh, Ning Chi's aura disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. Ning Chi smiled and said, "Let's go." Why didn't you agree earlier? Why did you ask for trouble? Humph. Zhang Tao sneered and mocked. Chapter 3601. It's here. Elder Wu's office is in front. If you want your share of the pills, you can go in. Senior Brother Lu pointed to a hall not far away. There were people coming in and out of the hall from time to time. You can come with us. Ning Chi smiled. What? Senior Brother Lu looked at Ning Chi with an ugly expression. His lips moved and he wanted to refuse. After all, if others found out that he had led the way today, he would be reprimanded. If he appeared in front of Elder Wu with Ning Chi, there was no need for Gong Sun Zhang. Even if the old man appeared, Elder Wu would scold them. Buzz! A terrifying pressure was emitted from Ning Chi's body again. This time it was only aimed at Senior Brother Lu and the others. A layer of cold sweat appeared on their faces as they looked at Ning Chi with pale lips. Finally, they walked towards the building with ashen faces. Senior Brother Lu regretted it. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have mocked Zhang Tao when he saw him. Then he wouldn't have gotten into trouble like this. Thank you, Elder Wu. Don't mention it. This is the share of pills that Thousand Tribulations Summit should have. After Ning Chi and the others entered the main hall, they happened to see Dong Chuan take a leather bag from the hands of an old man. The bag seemed to be filled with pills. Judging from this number, there shouldn't be many people on Thousand Tribulations Peak. Possibly even fewer than in No Regret Mountain. Brother Ning? Dong Chuan turned around and saw Ning Chi. He was pleasantly surprised. Elder Wu glanced at Ning Chi indifferently. When he saw Zhang Tao, his eyes slightly narrowed. He then closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Brother Dong. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Brother Ning, are you here to get the pills? Elder Wu is very easy to talk to. After you get the pills, I will go to your place as a guest. By the way, which mountain are you assigned to? I am now a deacon of Thousand Tribulations Summit. There is a deacon above me. You have become a deacon directly. Dong Chuan was like a chatterbox, spittle flying everywhere. When Zhang Tao, Senior Brother Lu, and the others saw this, their expressions couldn't help but become strange. It was rare to see a deacon as talkative as Dong Chuan in Heavenly Grandmother Sect. I'm at No Regrets Mountain. Ning Chi smiled and looked at Elder Wu. Elder Wu was also a rebirth state expert, but his cultivation level was not high. He was only in the initial stages of the rebirth state. His body emitted an aura of decay, which was enough to prove that he had lived for a long time. It was too short. However, after living for so long, he was still at the initial phase of the rebirth state. It was either because of his injuries or his innate talent. The initial phase of the rebirth state was his limit. Elder Wu, I'm here to take No Regret Mountain's share of medicinal pills for these few months. Ning Qi smiled. Elder Wu closed his eyes, as if he hadn't heard Ning Qi's words. Seeing this, Dong Chuan hurriedly took a step forward. Elder Wu, you fell asleep so quickly? Wake up. As he spoke, he seemed to want to stretch out his hand to shake it. Seeing this, Elder Wu could only open his eyes and glance at Dong Chuan helplessly. He then looked at senior brother Lu coldly and asked, Did you bring him here? Elder Wu, it's Exalted Ning who threatened us. If we don't bring him over, I'm afraid his physical body will be destroyed. Senior brother Lu hurriedly cried. Now that Elder Wu was here, he wasn't afraid of Ning Qi. After speaking, he immediately brought a few people behind Elder Wu, afraid that Ning Qi would suddenly attack. An outsider is always so violent. How can you kill a disciple of the Heavenly Grandmother sect, just like that? Elder Wu looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. I'm just joking with this junior. Ning Qi said faintly. After a pause, he said, Elder Wu, you can give me the medicinal pills from No Regret Mountain. Zhang Tao's expression became nervous. If Elder Wu gave out the medicinal pills, today's matter would be perfectly resolved. If Elder Wu didn't, there would probably be another confrontation. He only hoped that these immortals would not implicate him, a mortal, ordinary person. No. Elder Wu shook his head. As expected, Zhang Tao's expression became more solemn. Everything has to be done according to the rules. Since you don't follow the rules today, then I won't follow them either. Elder Wu seems to have quite a lot of medicinal pills. Can I take them myself? Ning Qi smiled. Elder Wu was slightly stunned and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Then he laughed angrily. A mere fate state cultivator dares to boast that you can take the medicinal pills from me? Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. Ning Qi smiled. Who is Liang Jingru? A fifth-step cultivator? Elder Wu's eyes flickered, and his tone softened. Just a mortal. Ning Qi smiled. You! Elder Wu knew that he had been fooled. He immediately released the aura of a rebirth state cultivator. Senior brother Lu and the others were caught off guard and were blown away by the aura. The other cultivators in the hall were also attracted by the commotion. They stopped and looked at Ning Qi. Zhang Tao immediately hid behind Ning Qi when Elder Wu flew into a rage. Then he saw Dong Chuan flying away from him and tumbling on the ground. But nothing happened to him. Zhang Tao couldn't help but raise his head. Ning Qi's figure was as straight as a mountain, blocking his path. The pressure from Elder Wu's aura didn't even cause a single hair on Ning Qi's head to flutter. Elder Wu, Brother Ning, is there a misunderstanding between you two? If there's a misunderstanding, we can sit down and have a drink. We're all cultivators of the Heavenly Grandmother sect. We should work together and— Shut up! Ning Qi and Elder Wu shouted in unison. Then they looked at each other and showed a hint of sympathy. Dong Chuan was dumbfounded. Why did the two of them suddenly point their spear at him? Revered Elder Ning, we really don't have any medicinal pills. I won't hide it from you. The previous deacon of No Regret Mountain fended our pill hall's Elder Gongsun to death. Elder Gongsun said that he wouldn't let even a dog remain in No Regret Mountain. So, as long as he's here, you won't be able to get any medicinal pills. Elder Wu shook his head. Ning Qi frowned. If that was the case, then it wasn't a coincidence that he was sent to the No Regret Mountain. It must be Han Bui's idea. Did he want Ning Qi to settle the grudge between the No Regret Mountain and Elder Gongsun? Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled. Elder Wu, I see that you're quite reasonable. Do you know how I became a deacon? Yeah. How did you become a deacon? Whose back door did you use? Elder Wu was stunned for a moment. Ning Qi was a fate state cultivator, but he could become a deacon. Obviously, he had his own connections. I didn't use anyone's back door. I defeated 2 cultivators at the early stage of the rebirth state. Elder Wu, are you sure you can withstand my fists?